I realized that people may not know who Patriarch Tikhon is or very much about him. So I'm going to give you extremely brief description of his life before introducing our first speaker and why we're even having this conference, in case you are one of those who are not very familiar with him. So he was born in Russian Orthodoxy. When you become a monk, you take a new name. So his birth name was Vasily Belavin. Was born in a very small village in northwestern Russia in 1865. When he was 4 years old, moved to a neighboring town of Toropets, a lovely little town where he grew up and went to school. And then his father was a priest, and this was fairly normal in the Russian Orthodox tradition that sons of priests followed in their father's footsteps. And so he went to seminary in the city of Pskov, also in northwestern Russia. And then the best students from the seminaries would then go to study in the theological academies, which is sort of the equivalent of the university for the church. And so he went to St. Petersburg, where he studied in the theological academy. In the 1880s, he returned for several years as a layman to his alma mater in Pskov, where he taught in the seminary for several years, sort of figuring out his future life trajectory, when he decided he would take monastic vows. And after that, when he was age 27, after which he was ordained, and then shortly after that he was appointed the dean or rector head of the seminary in Cholm, which is today Chelm in eastern Poland, but at that point was the western sort of most part of the Russian Empire, very sort of complex and sensitive area. Where the church sort of sent its best and brightest. So he was there in the 1890s, then was elevated to Bishop of Lublin for the same region in 1897, where he was for less than a year before he was appointed Bishop of the entire Diocese of North America, the largest diocese in the world. As a young man, he's 33 years old. When he comes to, that should be 1898, by the way, sorry. When he comes in December 1898 to the United States, he's bishop in North America until 1907. He's the only Orthodox bishop initially when he arrives. And the see was located at that point in San Francisco. But there was the sort of heartland of Orthodoxy in North America was in Alaska. But this was the age, the 1890s was a period of a big wave of immigration coming in to the eastern part of the United States. So he constantly, literally half of every year, he was traveling, by train, by boat, by horse-drawn carriage, everything else, all across. He made it his goal to visit every single congregation in North America. He was the first Orthodox bishop to go to Canada. Made it to regions that no bishop had ever been in the interior in Alaska and so on. And he does, in his time in North America, really fundamental changes, you could say, or kind of building the foundation of Orthodoxy in America, which makes him extremely important figure for American Orthodox Christians. So he builds the main churches, or he's supporting the priests who are building the churches, really important churches in New York and Chicago. And eventually he secures an assistant bishop for Alaska, because he says, I can't do it all on my own. It's impossible for one man, because the diocese is growing so fast, demands so much attention. So he pressures the church in Russia to finally grant him an assistant bishop for Alaska, and then he transfers the see from San Francisco to New York. It was in San Francisco, so it could be closer to Alaska. So he transfers it to New York. He establishes the first monastery, the first seminary, and also at that point there were actually very few ethnic Russians in North America. They were mostly Carpatho-Russins, but there was also a lot of what they called in the language of the day Syro-Arabs, people from the greater Syria, so that includes Lebanon, Palestine, and so on. A lot of Serbs, and his vision of Orthodoxy was something that would encompass all of these different ethnic groups within one larger structure, but he consecrates as a third bishop for the diocese Raphael Hawawini, who was a Syrian, and planned to do the same thing for the Serbs and so on. So he does so many things, and he also had this vision of the future of Orthodoxy in America that still never worked out, but is still compelling for many people. He returns to Russia in 1907. Between 1907 and 1913, he's Archbishop of Yaroslavl, and then he's transferred and made Archbishop of Vilnius in Lithuania, also still part of the Russian Empire at that point, which is where he is when World War I breaks out, hence the picture. And then after the fall of the monarchy in 1917, in the summer of 1917, when Russia is having its first experiment in democracy, they have democratic elections, basically popular elections, for the Archbishop of Moscow. And he becomes the popularly elected Archbishop of Moscow in the summer of 1917. I'll talk more about that in my talk later on. And then a few months later, the fledgling democracy falters, and the Bolsheviks, communists, seize power in October 1917, and they come with their radical Marxist, atheist, materialist ideology, where the church simply has no place, and they are aggressively disestablishing the church and attacking religious faith. So he is transformed from being a kind of democratic leader of the church to suddenly having to defend the church against this aggressive, hostile state. In 1918, he's pretty critical, openly, publicly, of the Bolsheviks, but in a way that's targeted especially towards what they're doing to the church. But he also condemns the execution of Nicholas II and all sorts of things like this, which did not make him very popular with the Bolsheviks, as you might imagine. During the Civil War, he declares that the church should be politically neutral. In other words, that it should not take sides. It should not support the white troops trying to overthrow the Bolsheviks. There's a huge famine after the Civil War is over, and he initially issues an international appeal together with the writer Maxim Gorky, sort of the two most famous figures in the early Soviet Union, that would get international attention because the government wouldn't do it. And the American Relief Administration came in, Herbert Hoover, and saved 10 million lives thanks to this appeal. But it didn't matter. The Bolsheviks still said they needed to confiscate the church valuables in 1922 for the famine, ostensibly, although it was really for the government. Patriarch Tikhon said, "We are willing to give over some things voluntarily, but we resist the forceful seizure of everything, especially consecrated things." And so they arrest him in May 1922, and while he's under arrest, they allow these kind of radical leftist clergy to seize the church administration in 1922. They spend a year preparing for his trial, the outcome of which was already predetermined, that is, that he would be executed. But then, due to international pressure, especially coming from England, the Bolsheviks says, you know, we can't threaten trade relations with England, basically. So they release him after extracting some declaration that he's not an enemy of the Soviet state and things like this. So he's released in 1923 and spends the last 2 years attempting to reunify the church because of this renovationist schism, and also trying to legalize the church. He dies in April 1925. Only 60 years old, but you can imagine the intensity of the pressures on him were such that it really took a toll on his health. There was always speculation that he was poisoned, but I haven't found any evidence of that. So that's just this, why we're talking about this man. 2 reasons, I would say. One is because his contributions to the development of American Orthodoxy are so important, which is one thing that our first speaker is going to talk about. And then secondly, because of his sort of defense of Christianity against the hostile, totalitarian, atheist state. So that is just kind of, last point, that he was then canonized a saint in the Russian Orthodox Church in 1989, right? So he is considered a saint within the Orthodox Church. All right, so I want to introduce now our first speaker. I stayed almost on time. Not too bad. Our first speaker is Aram Sarkisian, who has a PhD at Northwestern University in history, and recently just finished a postdoctoral fellowship at the Danforth Center on Religion and Politics at Washington University in St. Louis. He is the author of several important articles, one of which is entitled "Their Daily Bread, Russian Orthodox Christians in Red Scare Detroit, 1918 and 1920, in the Journal of American Ethnic History, and We Go Fearlessly into the Maw of Death, the Influenza Epidemic of 1918 in American Orthodox Rus." And most recently, and most importantly, this book has just come off the shelf. Congratulations, Aram. Orthodoxy on the Line, Russian Orthodox Christians and Labor Migration in the Progressive Era. Aram, welcome and thanks.
Thank you, Scott, for inviting me and for hosting us for this really, really important and wonderful conference. It's nice to be with friends and colleagues again. I want to use this opportunity today to workshop some ideas for what's probably going to be a second book project. And it's something I'm thinking about as a collective biography of a unique group of Orthodox Christians working in and around New York City in the early 20th century. So what do I mean by collective biography? I'm envisioning a short book structured around personal stories presented in roughly chronological order, together telling a narrative-driven account of English language orthodoxy in North America more than a century ago. In 1905, St. Tikhon and his consistory in Manhattan established an English-speaking department as a vicariate of the Russian Archdiocese of North America, seeing it as one component of a larger strategy to address the virtual patchwork of languages, traditions, and ethnicities found across this broad continent. In parishes from coast to coast, peoples of national Orthodox churches from the Old World coexisted side by side for the first time, sometimes awkwardly so. In spite of certain peculiarities in various territories, the one faith still remains, Tikhon wrote, and its oneness in itself is a strong moral cement which solders the various tribes of our population into one family. Envisioning not just a Russian mission in America, but rather an American church, Tikhon saw a church that might use this diversity to transcend ethnic boundaries, grounded in diversity that too might attract quote-unquote American converts along the way. Throughout its history from its founding in 1905 until its dissolution in 1924, this is what the English department was intended to do. Now, there are several distinct stages of this history. The English department went through stretches of activity and dormancy, with various figures coming in and out of the story, sometimes for months at a time. And frustratingly, there are also significant archival holes in telling this story, which makes sort of studying it and diving into it really difficult. What I'm focusing on today is the first subject of this collective biography. The first English department priest, a man named Father Ingram Nathaniel Washington Irvine, who you see on the top left of this photograph here. My paper today focuses on a rather unique document preserved in the archives of the Orthodox Church in America, one which helps us to understand in microcosm Father Irvine and what English language orthodoxy represented at the time of St. Tikhon. In truth, I should note this rich source does not really date from his tenure in America, but rather a few months after his departure for Russia from New York in 1907. Written by Father Alexander Hodovitsky, who was also in that photograph I just showed you. Then the Dean of St. Nicholas Cathedral, the center of the Archdiocese, and who himself is also now an Orthodox saint. It is an 8-page typed report written for Tikhon's successor, Bishop Platon Rozhdestvensky, bringing the new diocesan hierarch up to speed on the situation revolving around the cathedral's so-called American priest and the English department he oversaw. To understand this document, I might first bring you up to speed on this priest as well. It's a long and sordid tale with many twists and turns that would take us beyond the scope of our time here. But here are the basics. In 1905, an embattled 56-year-old Irish-born Episcopalian priest named Ingram Nathaniel Washington Irvine approached Archbishop Tikhon and requested to be received as an Orthodox priest. For about 5 years, Irvine had been in a very public battle of words with his bishop, Ethelbert Talbot, you see here as well, who had deposed Irvine over a dispute over a divorce. A divorced woman from Irvine's parish wanted to marry a divorced man. She happened to be very close to his bishop. Irvine wouldn't give her communion, tried to excommunicate her. He himself got defrocked as a result. The Episcopal Church had no procedure for clerical appeals, so Irvine filed a civil suit against Talbot, then launched a public smear campaign calling for the bishop to be deposed himself for abusing his office. The escapade was widely covered in the press, in no small part because of Irvine's unyielding belief in his innocence, making him a bit of a minor ecclesiastical celebrity. In July 1905, claiming divine inspiration drawing him to the Christian East, though far more likely because his public attempts to shame Talbot hadn't worked, Irvine turned to Tikhon and the Russian Church. Irvine was ordained to the Orthodox priesthood that November. Now, before ordaining Irvine, Tikhon had informed his counterparts in the Episcopal Church of his plans. As you see here, this was national news. It was covered in random parts of Missouri and Nebraska. This got all around the country through the newswire. So this was a very known public story. Tikhon had informed his counterparts in the Episcopal Church of his plans, including the important detail that Irvine would be received as a layman and reordained, beginning with the minor orders. Predictably, this did not go well. The Episcopalians argued both in the church and secular presses that Tikhon's plans were nothing less than an affront to how Episcopalians had approached the Orthodox in the continental United States, nearly all of whom were recently arrived immigrants. There were even explicit calls that Tikhon should be recalled to Russia, treating him as if he was a diplomat who had erred in the laws of the country where he was serving. Long-standing and mutually accepted policy had been that the Episcopal Church would welcome immigrant Orthodox to pray with their communities if there was no Orthodox parish nearby, and two, would financially and logistically support efforts to establish new Orthodox parishes if there was a desire to do so. Above all, however, they would never try to convert anyone. In accepting Irvine, the Episcopalians felt that Tikhon had violated a critical and mutual understanding of jurisdiction. In other words, if the Episcopalians wouldn't convert anybody, why would Tikhon receive an Episcopalian, much less disregard Episcopal clerical orders by treating him as a layman? Even so, as we see here, Irvine was indeed received and ordained. This received significant attention in the American press, who were intrigued at the thought of an American joining a church widely perceived through an orientalized lens of smells and bells foreign intrigue. It also brought further protest from the Episcopal Church. The Archdiocese responded privately and publicly in firm defense of Irvine. This came at the risk of further complicating the favor that they held with this well-connected and well-heeled ecumenical ally, whose support the Archdiocese relied upon and rather desperately needed in many cases. In a public letter to the Episcopal Bishop Charles Grafton, a longtime friend to the Archdiocese, Tikhon was unapologetic. But once he has come to us as a layman in this land of religious freedom, Tikhon wrote, no one could forbid him to ask for ordination and to receive it, as no one could forbid me to ordain him. Since he joined our church, he has become one of us, and it is my affair, and not anybody else's whether to ordain him or not. Writing separately to the editors of the Episcopal journal, The Living Church, Father Alexander Hodovitsky was a bit blunter. Is it so hard to understand, he wrote, that once a man was cast away by you, he does not belong to you anymore? His soul, his conscience and convictions, in this country, his body also, God be thanked, have become free and not subject anymore to the absolutism of the church authorities who punished him. Would you rather this man, having lost all in your midst, were not in the right to accept that which is most precious to him from a more merciful hand? Now an Orthodox priest, Irvine was placed at the helm of a separate vicariate established for people like him, converts to Orthodoxy from Western Christian traditions, most comfortable worshiping in English. To be clear, this was not the first time English had been utilized in the Russian mission to North America. Tikhon and each of his predecessors, going back several decades, had used English in one form or another, including in liturgical worship. Tikhon and his immediate predecessor, Bishop Nicholas Zyarov, supported the work of the Episcopalian laywoman Isabel Hopgood in her translation into English of Orthodox liturgical texts, which we published in 1906. What was more, diocesan publications like the Russian Orthodox American Messenger consistently contained English articles, including an occasional English language supplement, first published in 1902. So while the dominant language in church life, at least in the main part of the Russian archdiocese, which is to say the parishes are considered to be Russian, was Russian, Ukrainian, and Church Slavonic, those parishes, English was not unknown in those places. So where Irvine proved useful was in creating spaces where English would be used as a matter of regular practice, with a particular eye on its utility for the retention of American-born youth. In this capacity, and Scott spoke of the multi-ethnic nature of the archdiocese at the time, Irvine collaborated with the Syro-Arab Mission, an archdiocesan vicariate made up of those today called Antiochians. Irvine published material for children in their newspaper Al Kalimat and worked with their church school in Brooklyn. At the Russian Cathedral in Manhattan, Irvine facilitated mixed language services in English and Slavonic, at which he preached in English. I should mention here as well, because it's sometimes been stated otherwise, that Irvine and other English department clergy across its history consistently and invariably learned and used the Eastern Orthodox Rite and dressed in Eastern Orthodox vestments. This was not Western Rite Orthodoxy. Irvine felt so comfortable in his new church that, as he told the New York Sun in 1906, "I tell my friends I am probably the only Irishman who ever became a Russian, although I did so on account of the church." He went on, "I am Irish by birth, American by adoption, and Russian by religion." On the surface, everything seemed to be going fine. After all, key archdiocesan figures publicly defended the decision to receive Irvine, including Bishop Tikhon. And Irvine occasionally garnered headlines for his work as an Orthodox priest. Yet by 1907, the shine was wearing off. And here we get to that report that Alexander Hotovitsky submitted to Bishop Platon. Father Alexander explained to Platon that the decision to accept and ordain Irvine came from good intentions. The Russian consistory believed Irvine had been cast aside by his own denomination and truly desired to accept Orthodoxy as a matter of conscience. He was part of their cathedral community, as you can see here in this group of clergy. Here's Irvine, Hotovitsky, and Archbishop Tikhon, also Bishop Raphael as well, who Scott mentioned. They valued Irvine's theological education and knowledge, and they saw in him potential for English language missionary work and perhaps in time dedicated English-speaking parishes. All the same, they recognized the potential for discord with the Episcopalians, though they saw nothing canonically incorrect in receiving and reordaining a clergyman. This, after all, was the practice dictated for people just like Irvine by the Russian Church just shortly before this occurred. Hotovitsky had heard the warnings of the Episcopalians beforehand, but he did not think that they, quote, ought to be believed in their unsubstantiated form, in their ambiguity, especially since the Episcopalians apparently had refused to offer the full breadth of evidence. Now Hotovitsky was admitting that he had been wrong. It became obvious to all that we are dealing with a man of exceedingly loose moral attitude, of shameless arrogance, he wrote. In his manner and actions, Father Irvine characterized himself as endlessly deceitful, evasive, fast-talking, crafty, litigious. Throughout the report, I can say Father Alexander rarely misses an opportunity to use 5 colorful adjectives when 1 or 2 surely would have sufficed. Key to these problems were Irvine's financial dealings, which revealed themselves in his constant desire for self-promotion and keen interest in polemical argumentation. Following his ordination, Irvine pushed for an edition of the English supplement to the Russian Orthodox American Messenger, wholly dedicated to printing letters and documents surrounding his case, including the Episcopalian protests and the impassioned responses from Tikhon, Hodowiecki, and Irvine himself. Within a year, Irvine had also reprinted an English-language Orthodox catechism and written another peculiar book on the idea of Christian unity. These latter two books were published at great cost and without the full sanction or knowledge of his superiors. Bishop Tikhon had nothing against printing these books, Father Alexander wrote, but due to the absence of available funds, refused permission to Father Irvine, thus far unconvinced of the need to engage in publishing for his sake. Irvine did it anyway. In 3 or 4 months' time, whole mountains of these two titles were delivered to the cathedral buildings, Hodowiecki recalled, around 2,000 copies each. Assuming Irvine had found a way to pay for the books and manage the project himself, Father Alexander didn't think much of it. Then another 2,000 books showed up. It placed us in a difficult position of what to do with these piles of useless books, Hodowiecki reported, but not long after these arrived, in addition to this trouble, we were placed in the need of legal protection. For with the books came bills, which Irvine had not paid. Collectors were coming for the priest, but not just for the priest, but for the cathedral administration and the assets they controlled. Irvine was refused further access to the mountains of volumes, which Father Alexander locked away in the cathedral library. Then Irvine found a key and started to distribute them anyway. Father Alexander changed and reinforced the locks at some expense. He believed that Irvine didn't really care about the legal liabilities. The archdiocese had little money to take. And after all, Irvine had made sure at least some of the books were already out in the world. An enraged Irvine tried to file a lengthy explanatory report with Tikhon, but could not submit it. No one at the cathedral would help him to translate it into Russian. There were also Irvine's dealings with those he was attempting to bring into the Orthodox Church, who Hodowiecki surmised were all connected in some way to Irvine's past. One was a mysterious cleric of sorts who frequented the cathedral for a time. Hodowiecki describes him as, quote, supposedly a monk of an Episcopal monastery, who Irvine wanted to have ordained as a salaried assistant. A request Tikhon refused, apparently with some amusement, as the man's appearance and demeanor were so strange as to not be taken seriously. Another was an older Episcopal man soaked through with pipe tobacco, but not unpleasant, as Father Alexander described him, who expressed interest in Orthodoxy and was allowed to assist Irvine at English-language Vesper services. Here we see a critical detail in how the cathedral approached Irvine and those he drew to the church. As an English speaker, Hodowiecki wrote, the old man, quote, naturally fell under Father Irvine's department and, trusting the church, began to trust in Irvine, a representative of our cathedral. Initially, the man seemed a good addition, even useful. To Hodowiecki's eyes, there was sufficient zeal in his outward emotion and piety and apparently sincerity in it. Tikhon refused to tonsure the man a reader, as Irvine hoped, but permitted him to wear a cassock in church. In time, it was revealed that Irvine was using the old man for his money, spuriously obtaining a loan to repay the bills for the books. Quote, Irvine began to croon to him about the opportunity for him to become a clergyman, that in his old age Irvine would be an aid to him, Father Alexander wrote, and, quote, with Irvine's promise to support him in receiving his sacred rank, he took advantage of the old man's trust and tried to elicit from him how much money he had, and so forth. The man supplied the cathedral with letters and documents implicating Irvine in the scheme, which Irvine rebutted with accusations and excuses of his own, in Father Alexander's words, repeatedly telling the, quote, tale of his white bull. While the man stopped coming to the English Vespers, he still attended liturgy, albeit less frequently. Irvine had bilked the elderly man of his retirement savings to the extent that he had moved from the city to a debtor's farm and then to a home for aging veterans, from which he sent repeated appeals begging for justice against Irvine and the deceits and frauds inflicted on him from his attachment to the Russian Church. In the hour of my death, I will probably consider myself, at least nominally, a member of the Eastern Church, the old man wrote in one of his letters, which Father Alexander transcribed and translated for Platon. But I will never be an adherent or an apologist for her or for any other church. I will simply try to be, as much as possible, aided by the Lord and the Holy Spirit, a follower of Christ, and a student of the teaching of love given by him. For Father Alexander, the man's case was personally devastating. This is the letter of a man disillusioned in his most sacred beliefs, crying in despair, he wrote. Truthfully, Vladika, when I wrote all of this, my soul aches, but what is to be done? Most offensive, he felt, was that Tikhon had been so clearly betrayed by his act of Christian kindness, unreservedly accepting Irvine into Orthodoxy and the cathedral community. Vladika Tikhon suffered much because of it, weary of him, and disappointed in his hope to make Irvine useful as a missionary, not to mention useful to the American mission. Tikhon sent Irvine away from New York to teach at the Diocesan Seminary in Minneapolis, but the community there soon too recognized the priest was a problem, and he returned east. Further attempts were made to find some use for Irvine without risking further publicity and to separate him from any access to funds, the cathedral letterhead, personal influence, and spiritual authority. The practical benefit received from Irvine was the establishment of Vespers in the English language, with preaching, Father Alexander wrote. He's a good orator, though the content is quite weak. Unfortunately, Hodowiecki reported that attendance at the Vesper services was low, despite publicity efforts. Some Russians did attend Vespers out of habit, though got little from them. Those Americans who were interested in attending services at the cathedral tended to favor the larger, more ornate morning liturgies with the archbishop and choir. Irvine's followers numbered only a handful, if that. In this regard, it will not be especially damaging to our church if in time the English Vespers cease and I replace their celebration with choir with Slavonic Vespers, alternating with English prayers, Father Alexander reasoned. After all, the Russian congregants at the cathedral wanted little to do with Irvine anyway, to the extent that instead of turning to him as an Orthodox source of assistance, parishioners were actively protecting others from his influence. The Russian congregation always correlates distrust and even ill will with an American priest, Hodowiecki observed. In some cases, they even refused to approach the cross when Irvine offered it to the people for veneration. Irvine's absence will not be noticed at all by the Russian flock, or even if it is noticed, it will be with joyful sentiment. But what could be done? Hodowiecki felt that to depose Irvine would be folly. All had seen what he had done to the Episcopalians, and the mission could ill afford years of public abuse and expensive lawsuits hurled through the press, and from wherever Irvine might land next. Hodowiecki wanted Irvine dismissed from the cathedral, likening him to, quote, a diseased limb hanging from a healthy body. So what do we make of all of this? What I'm considering is that over a century ago, introducing English into the life of the Orthodox churches was a matter of will, personality, and need. In 1905, from the top down, there was will, but from the bottom up was there need. The key to this project, as I've seen it thus far, has not been so much a general antipathy to the use of English amongst immigrant Orthodox, but rather a suspicion of any effort to introduce it non-organically, or towards anyone perceived to be promoting it for ulterior or even uncertain motives. There's a particular suspicion of outsiders, which the American converts were still perceived to be, as they were associated, in the eyes of many immigrant believers, with elements hostile to immigrant communities. In essence, an American priest could be thought of as synonymous with the overwhelming pressure of the nativist melting pot, especially if he ever spoke in those terms. There were also the clear barriers of being an English-speaking priest or layperson in a church that was decidedly not. For his obvious faults, Irvine could not offer a detailed report to his bishop without a skilled and willing translator. Nor was it a given that he could fluidly converse with many of the lay congregants or even fellow priests at the cathedral where he served. It's hard to get to know someone, much less minister to them, when you can't communicate. The potential for misunderstandings and mistrust, not to mention loneliness and isolation, was high. When someone proved themselves unreliable or untrustworthy, as Irvine did, these issues were amplified. As for Irvine, he remained an Orthodox priest for the rest of his life, though in a way that generally reflected the marginalization Father Alexander called for. Platon's response to the 1907 report, scrawled in between the lines of the typed report and almost illegible, reassigned Irvine and his department to the Syro-Arab mission, where he would remain for a while, though in time both Irvine and the English department would be returned to Russian oversight. Despite his frequent pleas, Irvine never had a parish of his own. When an English-speaking parish was indeed established for the first time in 1920 by the group of clergy you see in this picture, Irvine was really but a side figure. He was with them, he's right here, but he was more of an advisor, an elderly priest who could serve when needed. So when Irvine died in 1921, it was those priests, all of whom had also come from Episcopalian traditions, as far as I can tell, It was these priests, and pointedly none from the Russian cathedral, who tended to Irvine at his deathbed, and it seems that his funeral was not even held in a church. What I find most interesting is considering Irvine is perhaps the first case of an Orthodox jurisdiction in the continental United States having to consider the logistical and practical problems of integrating converts of conscience. That is, those who enter the church not because they married an Orthodox person or for familial reasons, or even the prevalent conversions of Greek Catholics common at the time, and what might happen when they're not properly vetted and go on to do harm. This is one of the fundamental tensions of the English department across its history, in that it consistently drew enigmatic clergy who seemed eminent and respectable at face, but who in fact created far more problems than missionary successes. So I think the challenge of this project, as I'm envisioning it right now, is to take these figures seriously, to understand their motivations, but to also understand the reactions that came from within the church after they joined. And not to truly treat them as novelties or failures, but really as important figures or useful figures for historical interrogation to help us understand how language, culture, and acculturation works across time in the Orthodox churches of North America. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you go over that again, the beginning, why, what happened with Irvine, why Irvine was, why he left about the divorce? Can you go over that again?
So there was a woman in his parish. She was divorced,
Okay.
somewhat influential.
Yeah, this,
Miss
you went
Emma
fast through it,
Elliott.
that's when it's-
Yeah, Mrs. Emma Elliott, who was close to the bishop, Talbot.
the Episcopal bishop.
Yes, and she was divorced. Her husband was also divorced, and I believe that they got married actually in a Presbyterian ceremony.
Okay.
And so Irvine was known for being particularly strict and traditional in his application of canonical norms, and basically tried to excommunicate her, refused her communion, made a fuss about it. And she went to Talbot. Talbot disciplined Irvine instead. So there were things going both ways. It turned into this very huge fiasco, went to court all the way up to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Until early 1905, there was no way for an Episcopal priest to appeal a decision, and it wasn't made retroactive, and so Irvine couldn't appeal within his own church, even though he tried. So he's basically left out. Is sort of the long and short of it. It's way more complicated than that, but that's kind of the basics.
And this all happened like 1905?
This was going on for several years.
Several years.
It started around 1900.
1900 when it
so
started.
he had been at this for a few years by this point.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And he even published a book with all of his documents.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
Speaking as an Episcopal priest, there's an element to this story I strongly suspect that, I don't know if it's in the book, would you care to address, that the Episcopal Church had been establishing the hand of theological friendship to the Orthodox Church since breaking away in the 1500s from the Pope.
Yep.
Because both of our churches decided that they wouldn't, we imitated the Orthodox example by going back to the Great Schism and saying we're not going to have any innovative doctrine past that point, just like the Orthodox Church had. And so we had been hoping and trying for many years theologically to get the Orthodox Church to formally recognize the validity of Anglican orders. And so I'm also assuming here that by Tikhon's taking this gentleman in as a layman and then reordaining him was kind of to say, we don't respect the validity of your orders.
Amen.
So I'm wondering if that played into the extreme hurt feelings that were going on there.
Yeah, it did. So the Holy Synod of the Russian Church had put in place a policy that in this case, someone applying for ordination would need to be reordained. When there's a dialogue between Tikhon and the Episcopalians after this, publicly and privately, I believe it's in the book that Irvine publishes of documents, or perhaps in the English supplement, I can't remember which. Tikhon says, look, I don't necessarily have to agree with this. He basically indicates I don't agree with the decision to have to reordain him, but this is the policy of my church, and I have a fidelity to my church and its canons and the teachings and the directives I have been given. I don't want to ruffle feathers. I respect you. He says, if you want to take my honorary degree away from the seminary in Wisconsin, like, you can do that. It's fine. I didn't ask for it anyway. I know that you're going to be mad at me, but like, this is the case, and this is what I did. And yeah, it definitely has a very long history that goes back a very long time.
Gotcha.
So just to follow up on that question, because I'm thinking of William Palmer and all those contacts in the middle of the 19th century just before, how did they walk it back? Because obviously the Anglicans continued to be nice to the Russians afterwards, especially in England, and especially after 1917, like extraordinarily so.
Right.
Is it just that Anglicans are really nice?
That's what it is.
I've been thinking the same thing, yeah. Because they're still, within a few years of this, they're back doing everything they were doing. One of the chapters of my book talks about the building of a church in Berlin, New Hampshire, and the Episcopalians are very involved in that. Bishops, local clergy, laymen. Like, it's really, I think this ends up being a blip on the radar because he's able to kind of Tikhon's able to kind of diplomatically behind the scenes say, like, look, we get it, you're mad, but the bigger picture is more important. I think it also helps, and I have no evidence of this at all, but it would not be surprising to me if there was some kind of informal dialogue saying, like, yeah, this guy was a problem, we know it's a problem, you were right, we were wrong, but, let's all move on, right? I have no evidence of that, but it would not surprise me if that was true. I'm still sort of at the beginning stages of trying to unravel this, but...
Just to follow up, is that from the 1500s, the Church of England had contacted the Patriarch of Constantinople or whatever to ask for talks and a theological, rapprochement officially and all of that. But due to the inherent dispersed authority system in the Orthodox Church, it's not realistic to expect that there could be some kind of orthodox approval of Anglicanism. So, nevertheless, it was very much a we really want their approval type situation for hundreds of years. So.
Yeah. And there's even some of that in the way that the Episcopalians protest this. They're saying, like, look, like, we accept you. We've been trying to promote union with you for centuries. This is really important to us. Why don't you have the same understanding of the jurisdiction? And Tikhon's response is, look, like, I know that you feel that way, but that's not the reality theologically on our end. So, shrug,
Going back just a little further to Martin Luther, that's a whole new thing. But I mean, did he approach Easter, the Eastern Church too?
I have.
His successors did. Melanchthon had the Tübingen Lutheran scholars had a correspondence with the Patriarch of Constantinople, at the sort of immediately after Luther. And it's super interesting. It's been translated and published into
I'd like to see that be interesting.
It's very interesting. And basically, the gist of it was, we share certain things, but other things not, like the sacraments and stuff like this. And after a while, the conversation just petered out.
Because I don't know where I got it, but I thought I heard somewhere that, you're not following. Like, they were smarter than what happened. You're not following your leader, so you probably wouldn't follow us either. That's kind of like what...
It wasn't, anyways. We can talk about that, Father Steve.
I think it was Jeremiah the second, the patriarch. I think it was the second exchange of communication, he said, dropped the conversation.
Yeah.
He wasn't getting anywhere, they felt it wasn't moving along, so he gave it he listened to it, he read the text, but I think he said that we can't get any further than this.
Yeah. It's kind of a response of like, we get your critique of Rome, but you throw out the baby with the bathwater, and rejecting too much of...
True, we had many centuries of theological work to do in covering all of those important bits of the baby.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting.
So I have a question, which is, in the after, is there much English language Orthodoxy in the, let's say, between 1920 and, I don't know, when does it really start to pick up?
So the English department's dissolved in 1924, but there are still the last group of clergymen, sort of the wave of clergymen who kind of take it up and reinvent it, who were received in 1922. All of them remained Orthodox for the rest of their lives, which is unusual for this group of people because a lot of people end up coming in and out. And they were sort of influential in some ways in promoting English in different jurisdictions. The most important of them is Father Michael Galsinger, who is in Buffalo, New York, and was influential in the writing of Sunday school curricula, as I'm remembering it. He died in the 80s. But there's really not a lot. It sort of blips on the radar until the 40s. So that's really when it starts to happen again, sort of in a groundswell. There's a number of publications of choir books and other things like that in the 40s, and sort of a post-war interest in thinking about this, which of course kind of snowballs in the 50s and 60s. But in the 20s, 30s, especially in the Russian church, because there's so many other issues to deal with, and once jurisdictional fragmentation really starts to happen, and there's not a lot of cooperation between the various ethnic groups, to my knowledge, it's not as prevalent until sort of that post-war period. Not that it was absent, but there's not really like a organized effort or concerted effort, at least from my understanding of it. I'm focusing more on this early period because I really find it interesting, but of course it leads into, the seeds are kind of planted here and there. But really, honestly, I can say that I'm one of several people that got really interested in this in the late 2000s. Matthew Namey, of course, from the Orthodox History blog, Father Oliver Herbel, both of whom were helpful for me in getting my grounding in this story. When we first started poking at this story 15 years ago, we were probably the first people in a very long time to think about this group of people. Like, it just wasn't. This was sort of a history that just got, I wouldn't say forgotten, but just wasn't particularly important to a lot of people. And they were kind of obscure figures, but I think that they help us to understand this bigger picture of a phenomenon we kind of all take for granted now, right? Like, you can go basically anywhere and find English language Orthodoxy in North America now. That was not the case even 50 years ago, 75 years ago.
Until 1970, the
Yeah.
Autocephaly.
But even then, right?
Well, yeah, I lived it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Question regarding like that big picture where Irvine is with Patriarch Tikhon and Konowitsky. What is the setting of that picture? Why was he so important? What was his position in the
So
hierarchy?
these are the cathedral clergy. It was a feast day of some kind in the spring of 1906. I can't remember exactly what it is, but these are basically all the cathedral clergy that were in the consistory at the time. If I had my dissertation in front of you, I can tell you who all these were. These two men in the back were influential they were laymen that were influential in church schools and church singing. So he was a priest of the cathedral. This is Father Ilya Zodikov, who was the first priest to be ordained east of the Mississippi in 1895. Deacon Alexander Kolnev, I believe, something like that. Father Benedict Turkevich, who's the brother of Metropolitan Leonti, who was a very important archdiocesan priest at the time. Padovitsky, of course, Irvine. Father Peter Popov, and I think it's Father John Hanselitsky, I'm not sure exactly. But they were both important priests early on in the early 20th century. And then, of course, Archbishop Tikhon, Bishop Raphael, and then this is Bishop Innocent Pustinsky, who is the Vicar Bishop of Alaska. So basically, they just got the clergy together with a couple of prominent laymen and took a picture. I think I got a couple of those names wrong, but for the most part, I think that's who they are. And Irvine was one of the priests of the cathedral in 1906. So, of course, he's there. It's a really unusual thing to have a clergy photo like this taken at an event like that. Usually they're more staged, but there's also a picture of just the bishops individually that often circulates as well. But this was published in the church newspaper.
I came in late. Which one is Father Irvine? There we go, thank you.
Yep, and then it's a later picture of him towards the end of his life that was published in the Brooklyn Daily Eagle. He had a very impressive mustache.
It looks very Russian.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
Any other questions that I can?
Thank you. Good presentation. Thank
Not to toot my own horn, but I do write extensively. Well, I have a section on Patriarch Tikhon, on then Archbishop Tikhon's relationship to the Episcopal Church, which we can talk more about. But it was a very positive relationship up until the Irvine affair. And in fact, there was the question even before Irvine about the ordination thing and stuff like this. And so Tikhon actually wrote back to the Holy Synod in Russia saying, I'm getting these questions, what is the position? And the Holy Synod actually created a whole commission to investigate Anglican orders and everything else. And the conclusion of it was quite positive. But at the end of the day, it's like, if we accept an Anglican priest, do we reordain him or not? In other words, recognizing the validity of the
That would have been an extremely official act, and so I can see that not
So what they-
wanting to go there at that point.
The Holy Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church said was, we can't take that step ourselves. That has to be a decision of the entire ecumenical Orthodox Church, right? Which is interesting, right? But Tikhon specifically, when he writes about Irvine, is he says, you defrocked him, so he's no longer a priest. So what I'm doing is not invalidating your orders, because in your eyes, he's no longer a priest. I also found, Bishop Grafton, who was the one he'd been friends with, was writing to somebody else. He says, I think Bishop Tikhon made a big blunder here. And I think he was right. It's he did rush it. Yeah. All right. Our next speaker, and I feel like I have to be a little Germanic here when I introduce our next speaker, who is the very Reverend Professor Dr. Nicholas Denysenko, who is the Emil and Elfriede Joachim University Professor and Chair, as well as Professor of Religious Studies at Valparaiso University. He is the author now of 11 books, I learned last night. The 11th is out shortly. It's Orthodoxy, the Basics, or something like this, from Rutledge. Numerous books on liturgical theology, which is one of his specialties. I think Father Nicholas writes faster than I read. But also is the author of Russia's Unholy War, the Church's Unholy War, Russia's Invasion of Ukraine, and Orthodoxy in 2023. And in 2018, the Orthodox Church in Ukraine, A Century of Separation, which I happen to have a copy of because I used it in a class a couple years ago, so I'll hand that around. So it's my great pleasure to ask to the floor to speak about the historical legacy of Patriarch Tikhon and Ukrainian Autocephaly. Thank you.
First, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Kenworthy. The publication of the People's Patriarch is a remarkable achievement, and we will all benefit from this brilliant scholarly work. And I'd also like to thank Scott for inviting me to deliver a paper at this conference. My task today is to report to you an initial assessment of the role of Patriarch Tikhon in the Ukrainian autocephalous movement. The fall of the monarchy, the fragility of the provisional government, and the sheer chaos that ensued during the Revolutionary War generated immense confusion on the relational dynamics of church structures. Dr. Kenworthy identifies some of these difficulties when he resolves the thorny issue of the relationship between the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople, the Renovationist Church, and the deeply embattled Moscow Patriarchate, especially in 1923. So I want to begin by saying that we must take into account the issue that has perhaps been most vexing to the Orthodox Church: its struggle to adjust to working with new political structures in the period of declining empires and emerging nation-states. The slow but steady decline of the Ottoman Empire accompanied the creation of new nation-states, and with them the establishment of autocephalous churches in the 19th and 20th centuries. The Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople had little choice but to work with the governments of new nation-states like Greece, Serbia, and Poland to create autocephalous church structures. From a political perspective, it was not desirable for a church body in a new sovereign nation-state to be governed by a primate or a synod under duress by its native government, as was the case for the Ecumenical Patriarchate in the Ottoman Empire. Ukrainians had an opportunity to adopt the pattern of becoming a new nation-state when the monarchy collapsed. Ukrainian political leaders and ideologues were in constant contact with the Russian provisional government on the new terms to be worked out among the nations that had been minorities within the great Russian majority of the empire. The issue was a sensitive one for Ukrainians. They were well aware of the nationalistic policies of the Tsars and their tactics of using censorship to stifle the activity of the Ukrainian intelligentsia. Some church leaders saw a golden opportunity to accomplish two goals at once with the fall of the empire: to confirm the legitimacy of Ukrainian identity, especially the language, by using it in the liturgy, and to secure canonical autonomy at minimum while pursuing autocephaly for the church in Ukraine. I've used several words to describe the group encouraging Ukrainization and autocephaly in my scholarship, and today I will refer to them as Ukrainianizers. So this preface is important to apprehend the magnitude of change confronted by the entire world of Orthodoxy in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, a phenomenon not confined to Orthodox within the borders of the Russian Empire. Ukrainianizers were familiar with Russian attitudes toward Ukrainians because of two of the most important Russian churchmen who had overseen church life in Ukraine: Archbishop Evlogy Georgievsky, who administered as Bishop of Holm and Volyn, and was a participant and leader in the fateful 1918 All-Ukrainian Church Council, was one. The other domineering figure was Archbishop, later Metropolitan Antony Khrapovitsky, who held episcopal posts in Kharkiv and Volyn in pre-revolutionary Ukraine. Evlogy and Antony supported the empire's mission to retain its multinational character and promote great Russian nationalism. In fact, as you see on the screen, 18 of the 27 Orthodox bishops in 1917 Ukraine were native Russians, with only 4 Ukrainians among them. By comparison, 13 native Ukrainians had episcopal sees outside of Ukraine. Ukrainians were using liturgical books approved by the Synod in Moscow, and this policy of uniformity prevented them from retaining native traditions. These included the service books revised and published during the tenure of Metropolitan Petro Mohyla in the middle of the 17th century, and the use of Slavonic according to Ukrainian pronunciation, which was outlawed during the reign of Empress Catherine II in the 18th century. I've described the context of the larger Orthodox world up until 1917 in an attempt to highlight 3 points. First, and probably most obvious, Imperial Russia was not alone in experiencing a turning point in its history. The changes affecting the Orthodox peoples of the declining Ottoman Empire led to the creation of a new model of autocephaly based on the sovereign nation-state, which was essentially a new phenomenon in Orthodoxy that the Church was still learning to navigate. Second, the fall of the Russian Empire left an open question on the fate of the nations that had been a part of it. Imperial officials and ideologues that had pushed Russian nationalism to hold the crumbling empire together were now confronting the real possibility of relating to new nation states. Orthodox Church officials were among those ideologues faithful to the slogan of the unification of peoples under the banner of Russian nationalism. This is one of the many reasons Russians in Ukraine were particularly sensitive to the agenda of Ukrainization. Third is the severe stress of all of these factors on church officials. Church officials had already adjusted to a number of changes in imperial law. These ranged from Sergei Uvarov's triad of nationality in 1833 to the coerced reunion of Greek Catholics with the Orthodox Church in 1839 and 1875, and the 1905 Edict of Toleration that granted freedom of religion in the late imperial period. Church officials had been part of the imperial apparatus despite these changes in policy. The collapse of the empire and its replacement with a fledgling provisional government, along with the civic unrest in cities, placed immense duress on church officials. I want to linger on this last point for a moment here because it's the kind of problem that becomes misunderstood and taken out of its context in any situation. It can be tempting to read the historical events that transpired in Ukraine in 1917 to 1920 and simply ask why the Moscow Council did not create an autocephalous Orthodox Church in Ukraine, as the Ecumenical Patriarchate did with national churches in the late Ottoman period. Church leaders rarely had the tools and the leisure to see the whole picture, especially as it pertained to Ukraine. After the Moscow Council of 1917 to 18 had renewed the Patriarchate and elected and installed Archbishop Tikhon as the first patriarch since the beginning of the 18th century, Ukrainianizers sprang to action. The Ukrainianizers sought to accumulate as much power as possible to achieve their goals for the future and fate of the Ukrainian Church to be decided by Ukrainians in Ukraine and not by the Moscow Council. They approached the new patriarch, who blessed them to convene an all-Ukrainian council. This initial decision by Patriarch Tikhon exhibited a strong sense of pastoral care on his part, despite the prevailing opposition of Russians to Ukrainization. The events that transpired from Patriarch Tikhon's blessing of the convocation of the All-Ukrainian Council through the creation of a rival church in Ukraine, the modernist Ukrainian Autocephalous Orthodox Church in 1921, bore witness to the rapid escalation of tensions between the Ukrainianizers and the ruling Orthodox bishops in Ukraine, problems that had simmered during the imperial period and were therefore manipulated mercilessly by the Bolsheviks, all out of the complete view of Patriarch Tikhon, who relied on information from his delegates. I'm now turning to a brief summary of pivotal events that define the fate of the Ukrainian situation and Patriarch Tikhon's legacy for Ukrainian autocephaly. The group of Ukrainians that received the patriarchal blessing to convoke a council became the Всеукраїнська Православна Церковна Рада, which translates to All Ukrainian Orthodox Church Council, which I have abbreviated for you. The Rada, or Council, scheduled the All-Ukrainian Council for 1918. The council began following an extremely dark moment. A group of Bolshevik soldiers seized Metropolitan Volodymyr of Kyiv from his residence in the Pechenska Lavra Monastery and murdered him in January. He is pictured here to the left. I mention this event to accentuate the chaos engulfing Ukraine in 1918 and the stress it placed on church leaders. The initial confrontations between the Ukrainianizers and the Moscow patriarchal bishops in Ukraine occurred when members of the AUOCC argued with the hierarch, this is Metropolitan Volodymyr, and asked him to leave Ukraine voluntarily. This dispute cast a pall over the first session of the All-Ukrainian Council in 1918, which did not make any resolutions on Ukrainization or autocephaly, even though it seemed that the Ukrainianizing element had a majority of the constituency. The next pivotal event took place in May 1918, when the Kievan Eparchy assembled to elect a new metropolitan. An election to fill the vacant episcopal seat of Metropolitan of Kiev was necessary, but the relevant parties disagreed on the mechanism for organizing and confirming the election. The Moscow Patriarchate instructed Bishop Nikodim, locum tenens of the Metropolitan of Kiev, to follow the pattern of electing an eparchial bishop. The process included input from parishes, with parishes and deaneries instructed to meet to nominate candidates for the election. This initial election was taking place in new territory, since Ukraine at this time was governed by the Skoropadsky Hetmanate at this point in the Civil War. The Hetmanate professed freedom of religion with preference for Orthodoxy as Ukraine's native faith. Vasily Zenkovsky, the Minister of Confessions in the Hetmanate, addressed the gathering at its opening and stated that the church in Ukraine would need to create forms of church life that conformed to the conditions of the new Ukraine, and that the government believed it would be best for the All-Ukrainian Council to elect the new metropolitan, since he would be pastor of the entire Ukrainian church and not just Kiev. Archbishop of Logi even asked Zenkovsky if the Hetmanate would insist on the All-Ukrainian Council's confirmation of the metropolitan's election, and Zenkovsky replied that the government wanted the church to use the mechanism but would not force it. When the Kievan Eparchial Assembly nominated and elected Metropolitan Antoni Khrapovitsky, some members of the eparchy expressed their displeasure. 12 delegates wrote a letter asserting that the election was illegal, and they blamed Patriarch Tikhon for forgoing an opportunity to proceed in dialogue with the Ukrainian government. The group asserted that the Patriarch desired to impose his autocratic government on both the church and on the Ukrainian people. This particular episode illustrates the complexity of the church situation in Ukraine. The Hetmanate, as the Ukrainian government, favored Orthodoxy and expressed its value for retaining unity with the Russian Church while looking to appoint leaders who could represent all of Ukraine. The debates on autocephaly and autonomy that ensued in the sessions of the Eparchial Council after Antoni's election illustrate the increasing gap separating those who viewed the Patriarchate as a multinational church and the Ukrainianizers. The Assembly heard delegate debates on autocephaly and included a tense episode where some delegates protested Father Hrushevsky's use of the Ukrainian language, with Archpriest Fedor Titov, a very prominent professor of the Kievan Academy, who was also chair of the Presidium, calling upon the delegates to be tolerant of delegates speaking in non-Russian languages. The Assembly also called for a new procedure to be used for nominating and appointing delegates to the All-Ukrainian Council, even though the Council had not concluded after the January session. The debates of the May 1918 Kievan Eparchial Assembly had struggled to navigate bilateral relations between the Moscow Patriarchate and the Ukrainian Hetmanate, and its deliberations on autocephaly, autonomy, and Ukrainization foreshadowed the short and long-term course of Ukrainian church life. It was these very dynamics that exacerbated underlying tensions and ultimately led to a schism in the Orthodox Church in Ukraine, and they also became identity features of opposing church groups in the long term. The 1918 summer sessions of the All-Ukrainian Church Council defeated measures for autocephaly and adopted autonomy. The Ukrainianizers interpreted autonomy as a defeat, but in this nascent stage, some of the ideologues who were sympathetic to autocephaly in principle viewed autonomy as a legitimate canonical status for the church in Ukraine to have true independence while remaining in communion with the Moscow Patriarchate. It was the defeat of Ukrainization at the 1918 All-Ukrainian Council that provided the blow breaking any remaining trust between the Ukrainianizers and the patriarchal bishops in Ukraine. The Kievan Eparchial Assembly again previewed the decision that would be taken up in the summer session of the council. The Assembly unilaterally voted in favor of a motion to use Church Slavonic only while permitting the use of Ukrainian in the sermon, but only Shevchenko Ukrainian, and not the language created by, quote, Poles, Latins, and traitor Uniots, end quote, in Galicia. It is noteworthy that the discussion on Ukrainization pertained to matters other than language. The Ukrainizers also wanted to restore native chant traditions that had been prohibited during the synodal period. Father Titov was a mediating voice once again, arguing in favor of restoring these chants, and proposed the creation of a committee that would see to the restoration of native Ukrainian chant traditions and also local ritual customs. Opponents of Ukrainization of the Church argued that the groups promoting Ukrainization had an ulterior motive: to lead the entire nation into Uniotism. Concerned about the Uniot promotion of political separatism and Catholic proselytism, Archbishop Sergius Stragorodsky convened an assembly of bishops in Kherson in the summer of 1917 to discuss strategies for opposing Catholic and Uniot propaganda along with political separatism in Ukraine. Metropolitan Antoni made a direct association of the groups pursuing Ukrainization and Orthodox Autocephaly with much harsher language with Uniotism in a letter to the faithful of Ukraine on November 6, 1918. The scholar Vasil Ulyanovsky asserts that the highest-ranking bishops of the Russian Church, and Patriarch Tikhon himself, believed that the Ukrainian Church movement had Uniot intrigues anchored in the ideological platform of Metropolitan Andrei Sheptytsky. Metropolitan Antoni of Kiev, Krapovetsky, worked feverishly during his brief tenure in Kiev to appoint clergy from Russian provinces to parishes in Ukraine to remove Ukrainianizers from the ranks of the clergy. The summer session of the 1918 All-Ukrainian Council also rejected the introduction of Ukrainian into the liturgy. The conciliar decision permitted parishes to read the Gospel in Ukrainian on Pascha. The truth is that the Ukrainian Church as a community did not have a consensus on autocephaly and Ukrainization. The larger context of the All-Ukrainian Council, which includes new national autocephalies, sovereign nations replacing multinational empires, and the rights of workers overcoming the tyranny of the entitled classes, kept the flame for autocephaly and Ukrainization alight, despite the decisions of the 1918 All-Ukrainian Council. The Moscow Patriarchate's definition of the autonomy of the Ukrainian Church can be found in 3 documents: the Statute on the Temporary Upper Administration of the Orthodox Church in Ukraine of June 26, 1918, the Decree of the Holy Council of the Russian Orthodox Church on the project of the Temporary Upper Administration of the Orthodox Church in Ukraine from September 7, 1918, and the letter of Patriarch Tikhon to Primate of the Orthodox Church in Ukraine, Metropolitan Antoni, from September 13, 1918. I'm limiting my quote to the second document here, since Patriarch Tikhon's letter to Metropolitan Antoni concerns mostly Antoni's right to impose canonical sanctions on eparchial clergy and to remove bishops from their appointments. The Moscow Council confined Ukrainian autonomy to administration and ministry, so activities like evangelization and missionary activity, but prohibited the Ukrainian Church from engaging church-wide activities on its own. The Ukrainian Church was defined as a part of the All-Russian Church, and the Patriarch reserved his right to send his representatives to the Ukrainian Church Council, to confirm Ukrainian metropolitans and eparchial bishops, and to preserve all rights in the Ukrainian Church that the Patriarch possesses in the All-Russian Church. The Ukrainian scholar Tatyana Yevseyeva argues that restrictions on Ukrainian autonomy represented the Moscow Council's and Patriarch Tikhon's resolve to retain the countries that had previously belonged to the Russian imperial orbit within the fold of the Russian Church, since the fall of the empire had opened a window to the potential formation of independent states. Associating the Ukrainian movement for autocephaly and Ukrainization with Catholic proselytism and Uniotism further incentivized the Patriarchate to limit the scope of Ukrainian autonomy. These restrictions, along with the polemical battles between Metropolitan Antoni and pro-Ukrainian clergy, planted seeds of antagonism between some Ukrainian and Russian Orthodox people that continue to live on to the present day. Now, it's essential to note that the summer session of the 1918 All-Ukrainian Council and the instructions and definitions of Ukrainian autonomy coming from the Moscow Council and Patriarch Tikhon occurred during the governance of the Hetmanate of Pavlo-Skoropadsky in Ukraine. By November 1918, the Hetmanate was embattled and cast out by the Directory led by Viktor Denysenko and Simon Petlura. The political chaos had a significant impact on religious affairs. Metropolitan Antoni and Archbishop of Logi were placed under house arrest and expelled from Ukraine during the brief administration of the Socialist Nationalist Directory. The Directory also made the establishment of an autocephalous Orthodox Church of Ukraine into law. The chaos left enormous voids in church leadership, and the Ukrainianizers who had been defeated in the 1918 All-Ukrainian Council continued to pursue Ukrainization by organizing Ukrainian language services in Kyiv. By the end of 1919 and into 1920, when the Bolsheviks had established control of Soviet Ukraine, the Ukrainianizers had established several parishes of their own, mostly in Kyiv. Bishop Nazari was the locum tenens of the Ukrainian Church during this chaotic period, and while he tolerated Ukrainian language services, he declined a request to preside at the Divine Liturgy in Ukrainian at St. Sophia Cathedral in Kyiv on July 10, 1919. Metropolitan Antoni returned to his post briefly in the summer of 1919 during a temporary White Army occupation of Ukraine, and during his time there suspended all of the clergy overseeing Ukrainian language parishes. Patriarch Tikhon's exarch to Ukraine, Metropolitan Mikhail Ermakov, deposed them from holy orders in 1921. So how does all of this chaos accord with the blessing Patriarch Tikhon granted to the inaugural Всеукраїнська Православна Церковна Рада to convene an all-Ukrainian council? Patriarch Tikhon himself relied upon his delegates and appointees in correspondence with people in Ukraine as the ecclesial chaos unfolded. In Ukrainian confessional historical literature, the memory of the Patriarch's role is described optimistically, at least initially. The Ukrainian delegation had visited Patriarch Tikhon in Moscow around November 20, 1917. Ivan Vlasovsky, one of the most productive confessional historians of Orthodoxy in Ukraine, described Patriarch Tikhon as, quote, listening attentively, end quote, to the Christian delegation, to the Ukrainian delegation, with the understanding that they wanted to resolve the Ukrainian issue in a Christian fraternal spirit. Another source depicts the Russian Church's policy towards Ukraine as oppositional, weaponizing both the domination of the hierarchy and possibility of canonical sanctions to prohibit even the broad autonomy of the Ukrainian Church. In May 1921, the Всеукраїнська Церковна Православна Рада took the penultimate step toward creating a separate Ukrainian Orthodox structure in Soviet Ukraine with the convocation of a Ukrainian Orthodox Church Council of the Kyiv Eparchy, which consisted of 412 total delegates. The May 1921 gathering opened its proceedings with a greeting to Patriarch Leonid of Georgia and expressed the hope that the Georgians would assist the Ukrainians in securing Autocephaly. The May Council declared that the 1918 All-Ukrainian Council was not an authentic church council, but rather meetings of the enemies of the Ukrainian Church Liberation Movement. The May Council also declared that the Synod of Bishops in Ukraine was not elected by the Ukrainian people and was an adversarial institution. The May Council annulled the canonical sanctions imposed by the bishops on the clergy serving Ukrainian language parishes, prohibited the bishops from serving in Ukrainian churches without the permission of the AUOCC, declared the metropolitan office to be vacant, prohibited the commemoration of Patriarch Tikhon and bishops of the Patriarchal Church during the divine services, and announced the convocation of an all-Ukrainian council on October 14th, 1921. The Council of Bishops of the Orthodox Church in Ukraine responded to this May Council by writing a letter to the Ukrainian people on July 14, 1921, claiming that the May Council was uncanonical because it took place without the knowledge and blessing of the bishops, and appealed to the Orthodox people of Ukraine to refrain from sending delegates to the October Council. The synodal letter emphasized the requirement to commemorate His All Holiness Our Father Patriarch Tikhon during the divine services. Patriarch Tikhon also wrote a letter to the Ukrainian people, dated July 23, 1921. Patriarch Tikhon's letter agrees with a synodal appeal that complains about the Ukrainianizers seizing temples for Ukrainian language services. But Tikhon attempted to reassure the Ukrainians that he was indeed listening to them by emphasizing the decision of the Ukrainian Holy Synod from February 1921 that blessed services in Slavonic with Ukrainian pronunciation, the reading of the gospel and preaching in Ukrainian as desired by the people. Eparchial bishops had blessed the restoration of native Ukrainian chants and liturgical customs, and the Patriarch noted that the Synod blessed the use of Ukrainian language for the liturgy in parishes where 2/3 of the people desired it. The letter repeats that these decisions were compatible with the spirit of the Orthodox Church and that, quote, all people are equal before God, and the name of God is glorified in all languages of the world, end quote. Patriarch Tikhon then blessed the translation of the Bible from Slavonic into Ukrainian. In one letter, Patriarch Tikhon granted Orthodox Ukrainians everything they had originally requested, with one exception. He did not mention autocephaly. As a matter of historical fact, Patriarch Tikhon blessed many activities that could have formed the basis of a native Ukrainian church that were enfleshed in the family of Ukrainian autocephalous churches that eventually appeared in Ukraine and outside of Ukraine, but never belonged to the Moscow Patriarchate. Patriarch Tikhon's final appeal did not persuade the Ukrainianizers, who failed to find canonical bishops to create their own episcopate. Patriarch Tikhon's response to the initiators of the 1921 Council provides a potential bridge in the gap that has separated Orthodox Ukrainians for over 1 century now. The polemics of this period create a distorted picture that pits one side of canonical Orthodox Christians against the other side of Ukrainians. And there are numerous problems with this picture. The first is that the absolute chaos engulfing the entire Orthodox world made disorder the norm. The 1918 All-Ukrainian Council took place under extreme duress with accusations of violations, compromising the election of Metropolitan Antoni and the role of the AUOCC in the pivotal summer sessions. The Church's ideal of following orderly process views conciliar decisions as binding, which explains the Moscow Council's and Patriarch Tikhon's limits on the Ukrainian Church's autonomy. The centennial of Patriarch Tikhon's birth into the kingdom of heaven coincides with a severe crisis in Ukrainian Orthodoxy that is experiencing some of the same divisive problems that originated in the revolutionary period. Autonomy or autocephaly, Ukrainian or Slavonic, union with or liberation from the Moscow Patriarchate. These problems have yet to be resolved. In my estimation, the most dangerous problem today is the Moscow Patriarchate's refusal to recognize the necessity of autocephaly for the Church in Ukraine. In the revolutionary period, the Ukrainians who promoted Ukrainian and sought autocephaly were marked as radicals and separatists inspired by Uniats, though history shows that the majority of Orthodox Ukrainians did not support the new ecclesiology that was used by the Ukrainian autocephalous Orthodox Church in 1921. Patriarch Tikhon did not follow the path taken by the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople by granting autocephaly to each national church that demanded it. He was consistent in arguing for the unity of the Russian Church. The standard explanation for this position in the academic literature of contemporary Ukrainian scholars is that church intellectuals like Patriarch Tikhon were the last holdouts for preserving the unity that began to crack with the abdication of the monarchy, as we find, for example, in Yevseyeva's monograph. Patriarch Tikhon was among those who had borne witness to ideological fractures within the church, and as a theologian, but most importantly as a pastor who had labored in an emigre community, he understood that unity in Christ overcomes all divisions. Tikhon's extension of an olive branch to the most disaffected and alienated group of Ukrainians in the church, offering to allow them to retrieve their traditions and worship in their own language immediately, exhibits a pastoral sense of love for one's people that supersedes an ideological leaning. His offer was essentially an affirmation of who they really were, his own equals in the eyes of Christ and in the church. The events that have transpired since the birth of the movement for autocephaly in Ukraine has changed the situation. There can be no return to the past. Autocephaly is no longer something that can be paused, postponed, or annulled. It has become necessary despite its flaws. There is not much hope circulating for the restoration of trust between Ukrainians and Russians in the short term today, but one can hope that St. Tikhon could become a patron of hope for a new beginning, one constructed upon the faith that all nations are equal before God. By his prayers and intercession, may it be so. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have two questions. One is, was the ecumenical patriarchate really so quick to
Yeah, that was my-
recognize autocephaly for independent nations? I mean, not the case with Bulgaria, for example, right?
Or even in Greece.
Yeah.
No, certainly
So-
not. No, certainly there were periods of time in between. It was a little faster with Poland.
Yeah.
So Poland in
Okay,
1924 certainly fits the bill, and I think the Ukrainians would say, well, it took the ecumenical patriarchate over 100 years, since the directory sent Alexander Lototsky to Istanbul to formally request autocephaly, and he stayed there for over a year and ran into all kinds of excuses. But no, of course, that's completely true. Yes.
The second question is a little more nerdy, and that is about native Ukrainian chant,
Mhm.
right? So there's a very large variety of chant across Ukraine. Are you talking about like prostopenia and that sort of thing? And the related question is, how did the people who wanted to restore native Ukrainian chant, how did they feel about the versions of Kievan chant that was in the Suputnik Psalomshtika that was published in the beginning of the 20th century, meant for the whole empire?
It's easier for me to answer your first question. What we see from the 1921 council when they had a whole session on liturgical traditions and music was that they were asking all of the parishes to have their psalomshchiki, or in Ukrainian deke, to contribute to two things. First was the compilation of a school that would take the oral tradition and those that had been written down at the most basic local level to restore these chant traditions and simply not worry about waiting for an external patriarchal committee to validate them. Now, Chitov is kind of an interesting person because his thesis was on the Mohyla period. And it was for this reason that he was very much sympathetic and wanting to restore that chant tradition, because he was one of the ears, often depicted quite pejoratively and negatively by confessional Ukrainian historians. But here's an example of him saying that this is a legitimate request. You know, it's kind of like saying, well, we want to use the Mohyla Trebnik and Sluzhebnik, which they weren't allowed to use. So it's easier for me to answer that question than to comment on how they felt about the synodal publication that was sent out. Kyrylo Stutsenko called for the creation of a Ukrainian equivalent of the Moscow Synodal Choir, which he said would be Ukrainska Kapella, And his panachyda was an attempt to show how folk motifs could become the basis for a new Ukrainian obichod. But he never saw it through to fruition because he died at 40, very sadly. Yeah.
First of all, thank you. I mean, this is like, I would not want to touch this with a 10-foot pole because it's so complicated. So
So
you
complicated,
just
I
did
know.
like, an amazing job of like laying that all out.
Thank you.
And I'm curious about the Uniate scare. Like, can you just explain that a little better? So is the idea is what, like Sheptytsky is using, is Sheptytsky actively, like there's clear evidence that he wants to sort of resurrect Uniatism or have Orthodox churches convert to Uniatism in this is Skoropadsky sympathetic to his ideas? I got a little confused there.
Well, yeah, and I didn't dig very deeply underneath that particular surface. The whole notion of a Uniate scare, I would be interested in exploring further these, coerced reunions that occurred during the imperial period, and their purposes, which fit Uvarov's policy, right, originating in 1833. Sheptytsky was well known to the Russian intellectuals because he had a very lively correspondence with Kropotkin, which is very well documented. In fact, they nerded out together on liturgical things, and Sheptytsky was more the initiator of this dialogue, so they were very well aware of him. The nationalist tendencies, Sheptytsky was certainly wanting to create a Kievan church. He is considered the kind of author or father of the notion of a Kievan church, so it's through Kiev that Rome, Constantinople, and Moscow will ultimately become united again. And so, this kind of Kievan study group, which I don't know if any of you have heard of, which had various iterations, Sheptytsky is the one who founded it. I'm more familiar with his correspondence with the bishops in Ukraine during the German occupation in World War II when he said, here's our chance. Let's do it and create an all-Ukrainian church because Moscow can't stop it. And all of the Orthodox bishops said, oh, thank you very much for your letter, but no thanks. We don't want to have a one Kievan church. So, but I think that it's this knowledge, and certainly there had to be people like Archbishop of Logi were quite familiar, having pastored in Holm and having interacted with Greek Catholics, with the the Russian imperial attempt to Russify the Galicians and the Ukrainians in the Habsburg Empire. They were certainly familiar with it. I cannot find a link that directly shows that the Orthodox ideologues who wanted autocephalous Orthodox Church of Ukraine were at all interested in having some kind of unified Uniate church.
So the scare is like just rumors kind of a thing?
Well, I think that they were truly believed that the Ukrainian nationalism and one of its outposts in Galicia was related to, but I think that's an attempt to create an association.
Yeah, it's interesting that already in North America, and Aram can probably speak to this better than I can, Chotovitsky, the Turkevich brothers, they're all from Ukraine. But there was this sense that those who were pushing a Ukrainian national identity were all the Greek Catholics in North America, right?
Yeah.
And so there was this association that Ukrainianization is something that, and is pushed by the Greek Catholics.
Ukrainianization is a huge sort of polemic in the 30s in America. And the sort of more Russified people were like the Turkevich brothers. They were very Russified in a lot of ways. And I believe there was a representative from the U.S. sent to the All-Ukrainian Council in 1918.
I think you're right.
Yeah, Alexander Kukulevsky, the priest from Chicago. I'm not sure if he actually made it there, but there was an intention.
Father Benedict Turkevich is.
He was already there.
He is. There was a whole other Ukrainization movement in Poland that's associated with the creation of the Autocephalous Church in Poland, And there's a reference that I'm interested in trying to learn more about, saying that Father Benedict Turkiewicz was among those who quietly said, pursue Ukrainization, but don't impose it. Because Poland then, during, when Stalin was closing all the churches in Ukraine and liquidated the Ukrainian Autocephaly Orthodox Church, that became the new kind of place where they were experimenting with Ukrainization, in Volyn in particular. But even in Qom, because Ilarion Ohienko, who gave an address at the first all-Ukrainian council session in January, became the bishop of Qom and introduced Ukrainization, and had to kind of back off a little bit because people were wondering, what is this new thing that you're doing?
Yeah.
The appeal to the Georgians, I'm intrigued by this. Is it because they saw in Georgia, in the Georgian Orthodox Church, a model for a sort of non-Russian, post-Soviet ethnicity asserting its own sort of independence and autonomy?
I think that there are two things happening there. One is to find any patriarchate who will assist.
Mm-hmm.
Because Constantinople was, as you saw in the research that you did in your book, was kind of back and forth, not sure who's doing what. And then there's a period of transition when one patriarch dies and there's a locum tenens and there's another patriarch. So I think part of it was desperation, because the one bishop that they had in Ukraine who worked with Patriarch Tikhon to try to take the Ukrainianizers under his wing, he became embattled, and he was already old and not in good enough health to be able to really do much of anything but to try to work with them. And he was constantly defending himself and responding to letters to the Synod of Bishops in Ukraine, and also in his correspondence with Patriarch Tikhon. So I think it was mostly desperation, but also the hope that, well, maybe the Georgians will deliver, because clearly Metropolitan Mikhail is not going to have any part of this. He did attend the October session. Unfortunately, his address to the October council is missing. When I saw that in the notes, I was very sad.
Because the Georgians had just reasserted their
Exactly.
autocephaly in 1917, so it's part of it.
Precisely. Father.
This is jumping ahead outside your paper a bit. So how would you describe the situation today in Ukraine in terms of the different churches, the ecclesiastical situation? Where do most Ukrainian people stand, or will they support the most? Any sense of that? That sounds like a mess.
I hate answering this question, because as soon as you start to answer it, and you have so many.
Qualifications set in.
I would put it this way. So in Ukraine, there are 3 Orthodox churches. One is quite small, the Kiev Patriarchate, which reformed after they had liquidated and were absorbed into the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. But you have these 2 churches, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church and the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. The sociological surveys that ask, I think the one thing that I will say here is that the sociological surveys that ask people how they self-identify have the highest percentage of people say that we are prosto pravoslavny, or just Orthodox. They don't identify with one or another church. And then the most recent data I've seen would list the Orthodox Church in Ukraine and the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, both of which have multiple thousands of parishes. Currently, I think the situation in terms of relations between those 2 churches is very limited to conversations that occur on an informal, unsanctioned level among clergy who want to have dialogue. So, for example, the Sofijske Bratstvo, the Sophia Brotherhood in Kyiv, where they come together to discuss issues and see what they can do. It's always a hard question to answer, because the Ukrainian government is putting immense pressure to try to neutralize and eventually eliminate any aspect of the Moscow Patriarchate in Ukraine, and have not accepted the arguments that have been presented by the Ukrainian Orthodox Church that they are no longer part of the Moscow Patriarchate. And so currently they're in the process of reviewing and adjudicating the appeals and the responses that have been made by the Kiev metropolis under the leadership of Metropolitan Onufry to decide how they're going to proceed. But I think the idea is to squeeze out anyone who supports the Moscow Patriarchate in Ukraine. And there's a lot of interesting discussion happening, debates that we see on social media that are happening between bishops who aren't talking directly to one another, but are actually debating Autocephaly in Metropolitan Onufry's Ukrainian Orthodox Church. But I don't want to comment on it here because I just don't know, does that represent like a huge cohort of people, or is this just individuals' opinions? So right now the situation is as bad as it gets. There are two completely churches that have absolutely no relations with one another, and it might take another generation of leadership to emerge to reboot even dialogue. But one can hope.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, this material is so complicated, so I'm so grateful for Father Nicholas presenting us. I wish I'd had the benefit of this talk before I wrote. So like Francesca, I didn't want to touch this material because it's so complicated and the literature about it is so polarized. But basically Francesca forced me to. She said, you can't not write about this, and Nadia supported her. So I ended up trying to tackle all the autocephaly questions in one chapter, including Georgia and Poland and the Baltics and all the rest of it. But it's probably the weakest chapter of my book. I don't know that I'll get the most. Diaspora from State University of New York in Albany. She is the author of A Prodigal Saint, Father John of Kronstadt and the Russian People, which came out in 2000, and more recently this extraordinary book, Good for the Souls, A History of Confession in the Russian Empire. Her talk today on the changing lives and roles of the pendant Easter egg in Homeland and Diaspora abroad is somewhat of a different approach than our others, and we had a long discussion, how should we organize this? We put it right in the middle, because after the really intense talk of Father Nicholas and what will happen in the afternoon, we get a refreshment with Professor Kizenko, please.
Thank you. Scott is right. All the talks we've heard so far and the ones that we are going to hear have focused on aspects of a profound and profoundly important person for the history of Orthodox Christianity in the global Russian Empire, in the USSR, and in the United States. What I'm going to talk about seems almost lightweight in comparison, and I mean literally lightweight, because after all, Patriarch Tikhon is not only a man and a bishop and a patriarch, he's a saint, he's substance, he's red meat. Whereas what I'm talking about seems like fluff and flimsy, a bit of meringue, a glass of champagne, but the little eggs that women and girls wore on chains, and a few brave men like my friend and anthropologist Victor Buchli, on their lapels, and only in the 40 days between Easter and Ascension. Then the eggs go back into the jewelry box or into the drawer until Holy Saturday evening the coming year, right? So they are literally ephemeral. They're also small, fragile, and worn every day for those 40 days. That means that they can easily be damaged. After all, enamel might chip the instant it fell from someone's neck onto a bathroom floor or dance floor. A baby might pull it off, a real risk. And once lost in a crowd, they might never be found again. So why am I here to argue that these decorative objects punch way above their weight? And what are they doing in a day devoted to a holy hierarch? And that is because these little objects do matter, because these eggs are not only a nostalgic symbol of the old Russian Empire. In fact, as with some aspects of Patriarch Tikhon's career, they became more important in the so-called diaspora, New York, Chicago, Berlin, Belgrade, the south of France, than they ever had been in the Russian Empire. And after the revolution of 1917, and after the Civil War that followed, pendant Easter eggs became an identity marker in the emigre community in a way they had not been in the empire before 1917 and did not become in Soviet or post-Soviet Russia. So these little Easter eggs are actually part of an important new scholarly discussion on relationships between objects, homes, and identities in the context of migration. Certain objects, like these eggs, reflect complex meanings about home, holy days, belonging, and fitting in. As Anna Pichurina wrote, and I'll get out of the way so you can see the quote, diasporic objects signify the ambivalent nature of migrants' relationships with their past and present homes, acting as symbols of connection and detachment. So as objects travel through different homes, so too their meanings. So diasporic objects take on new values and biographies embedded in wider cultural and transnational contexts. So whenever you or your parents or your grandparents or great-grandparents came to a new country, let's say the United States, think about what reminders you might have in your own home of the old country. An embroidered towel, a coffee pot, a big bowl used to mix dough. But it's different for many of us compared to the first or second waves of emigres after the Russian Revolution of 1917. If you have the possibility of going back, and even more going back and forth, objects from home mean one thing. It's very different if you're fleeing the communists from Crimea or are on the famous philosopher's steamship. There you have lost everything. Your house, your apartment, your social status. You are fleeing a system that wants you gone. So look at these images. You don't have the luxury of bringing trunks. You can't bring your books. You bring what you can carry on your back or drag alongside in a cart. So, actually, it's cheating a little bit. So a warm coat, sturdy shoes, a blanket, a change of underwear, all of that is obvious. But what about something to remind you of home? Maybe a family icon. By the way, you will note that it has Easter eggs embedded in it, quite unusual. Maybe the icon you got blessed with when you were married, a christening gown, a drawing of your house, your grandmother's teacup or silver spoon. And once we look at it from that point of view, we start to see the factors. How much does something mean versus just something that you need, something that specifically evokes home, and something that is relatively easy to carry. So with these factors in mind, we start to appreciate the unique genius of the little Easter egg. Portable, for sure, but what did it come to mean? So the egg part is easy, because the egg has long been a powerful symbol of rebirth and new life, especially around springtime. In Christianity, the egg became a symbol of the resurrection of Christ on Easter Sunday. With the offering of an egg, Christians would affirm their faith in the miracle of Christ's rebirth. In the Russian Empire, in the end of the 19th century, Karl Peter Fabergé, the Swiss jewelry designer, took it to the next level. So when most people think of Fabergé eggs, they think of the large jewel-encrusted productions that the Romanovs gave one another as Easter gifts. Much more widespread and affordable, however, were the small pendant eggs, some by Fabergé, some by other makers, that middle and upper class dwellers of the Russian Empire bought for themselves and their family members. What did they do with them? With little girls in particular, from her first birthday, a girl would be given a small egg pendant every year before Easter to be placed on a small chain. Every year, the string of eggs would grow, becoming, in a way, a chronicle of the years. of, years lived and memories made. After marriage, a young woman would often add a separate string to separate the pendants given to her by her husband to celebrate their new life together. This necklace would be worn from Easter Sunday to Ascension Day. Now, the egg pendants could vary in style: elegant, modest, lavish, ornate, decorated with translucent guilloche enamels, precious gems or semi-precious stones, taking on an endless variety of shapes and colors. Sometimes the egg was shaped like an animal, such as a chick or a bunny, or decorated with quirky motifs like mushrooms. Others were designed as lockets with photographs of loved ones inside. But in the Russian Empire, pendant eggs were not especially fraught with significance. Many more things marked the celebration of Easter, all more universal and, frankly, more important. The crowds flooding the streets for the midnight church procession, among the pealing of church bells and fireworks, the baking of Easter breads and the roasting of meats, the blessing of Easter baskets and the ritual breaking of the fast. Even if one was not particularly religiously observant, Easter in the empire was a mass public event. This changed sharply after October 1917. The universal and public aspect of Russian Easter shrank both in Soviet Russia and abroad. The customs of egg wearing were affected along with everything larger scale. For example, Easter fireworks, Easter bell ringing, and Easter gun salutes became a thing of the past. When Yuri Arseniev described attending services during Holy Week, the first Holy Week after Revolution, in 1918, he noted that the icons on the towers in the Kremlin were covered with red drapes. When the Orthodox in that year marked the somber days of Holy Wednesday, Holy Thursday, and Holy Friday, on those days the Soviet authorities ordered fireworks and loud music. So in a climate of aggressive public atheism and class hatred, wearing pendant eggs was perceived as the wrong kind of waving the red flag. Those who owned them quietly kept them hidden in the drawer for better days, although they might wear them at home in trusted company. When things got bad, people began to sell off their more valuable pendant eggs one by one, something that became especially important during the siege of Leningrad in 1941. One could also find pendant Fabergé eggs in antique stores on the Arbat in Moscow in the 1950s. But given the official hostility to Orthodox Christianity and anything associated with the Romanovs, wearing pendant eggs at Easter time vanished as a practice in the Soviet Union. It played no role among those who pursued Orthodoxy in the underground, nor was it revived in the 1970s and 80s circles around charismatic clerics like Fathers Vsevolod Spieler, Alexander Main, or Dmitry Dudko. By the time official atheism ended and people could practice Orthodox Christianity without restrictions, wearing pendant eggs was not something that they revived. But the loss of the universal public aspect of Russian Easter celebrations was something that was even more palpable for those who left the former empire during the years of the Civil War. Indeed, it was the lost universality that émigré publications most bemoaned. Even if émigrés were living in Christian-majority countries like Germany, France, or Czechoslovakia, the Orthodox celebration of Easter almost invariably fell on a different day than the Gregorian, usually a week later. Even if one happened to be in a city with a Russian Orthodox church, like Paris, processing around the church was a not always welcome act of claiming public space. In interwar Prague, for example, the Russian émigrés had to petition for permission for a nighttime service and to allow a tram to run so that people could get back and forth from church. The Paschal bell ringing on Rue de Rue, I'm actually quoting now,
was nearly lost amidst the sounds of noisy Paris. So emigres in their publications dwelt lovingly on the details of Russian Easter as it was, or as it was now imagined to be. But they also sought to recreate it to the best of their abilities, and it is at this point that these pieces of jewelry entered a second stage. So while the Tsar was on the throne and Fabergé was still in business, the pendant eggs occupied much the same niche they had for decades. A charming seasonal object, somewhere between a charm bracelet and a red and green winter holiday pin. But the actually image on the screen in front of you is of nurses in who worked for the Russian army between 1915 and 1960s. You will note that some of them are wearing elaborate necklaces. That's actually a detail on the left. Others are just wearing plain wooden eggs, a single one. So, but in a context abroad where their meaning was not taken for granted, egg-wearing practices shaped as well. And as decades passed and new waves of Russians left the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation, encountering an unfamiliar eggs as lived practice among earlier emigre clusters, the patterns of wearing and gifting little Easter eggs shifted again. So the practices associated with wearing the eggs, whether singly or in large numbers on several chains, when and where they were symbolically donned and doffed, to what degree their wearing was gendered, all of this over different waves of the Russian and Russophile immigration are actually part of an important new scholarly discussion on the relationships between objects, homes, and identities in the context of migration. So basically, certain objects like these eggs came to reflect complex meanings about home, holy days, belonging, and fitting in. So in researching this article, I did what we all do now, which is to go on social media and pose the question to several groups of different demographics: White Russian, Carpatho-Rusin, and Ukrainian. I was interested in Eric Hobsbawm's now classic formulation. In the diaspora, was wearing eggs custom or tradition? Was it invented tradition? So the answers that came flooding in revealed a familiar issue in émigré and immigrant culture. If a practice within a diaspora is seemingly entrenched, especially if it involves material objects from the country of origin, it takes on the aura of halo tradition, in some cases bearing little resemblance to the ostensible original. In some cases, the object's meaning shifts over time. They become emblematic of authenticity, even if how you wear them or their styles diverge how they would have been used in the homeland. Or materials may be preserved in name or symbol, but adapted in form to new environmental, social, economic constraints. The meaning of the objects can shift. Original production techniques might be lost, but the objects gain new layer of symbolism and so on. So, what did I learn? First, wearing pendant eggs as a marker of identity meant the most to the demographic, to those who had actually transported the eggs abroad after the Russian Civil War, 1917 to 22. Middle and upper class Russian Orthodox Christians. Initially, the eggs continued their role as family heirlooms to be worn on Easter night and at Easter parties. People actually started sending me in photographs of their families, how various family members wear their eggs. So Sergei Lapuchin commented, before 1917, my female paternal ancestors passed along their Easter egg collection to the next generation. Some of my female cousins had 50 eggs on a chain without ever having bought a single one. Or Michael Jordan, a different Michael Jordan than the basketball player, obviously, who you see on the screen in front of you, says, both my grandmothers proudly wore their Easter egg necklaces from Easter to Ascension. They all had multiple necklaces. Now, the practice continued in the circumstances of the emigration, although in a more frugal form. people could no longer buy Fabergé, and anyway, Fabergé had been hounded out of existence. So people could now make eggs themselves out of painted wood, or buy inexpensive variants in the local Russian stores. Almost every family album from this demographic has images like this one from Maxim Shidlovsky, by the way, who now makes and sells Easter eggs along with his other jewelry, which shows his great-grandmother, Princess Sofia Dmitrievna née Grabe, with her husband, Prince Konstantin Nikolaevich Yangalychev. Here, the chain was made before 1917 and had built-in jump rings, this is a technical jewelry term, jump rings spaced out to make it easy to attach new eggs. However, the tradition was not limited to women. In fact, as a marker of professional status, the egg was arguably more important to men. According to Andrei Korlyakov, a historian of the White Russian First Wave and compiler of emigre photo albums from 1917 to 1947, men in the first generation of emigres would wear single eggs that they had been gifted as a result of who they were. So, for example, all the men in an army regiment who had received eggs with an insignia might wear those eggs in their lapels or watch chains at their Easter regiment reunions in the Diaspora. The tradition continued in the White Army units of the Diaspora, especially among the Gallipoli units who had served in Turkey. An Easter egg bearing a mark of honor that one had received, the St. Andrew Cross, for example, showed a special distinction. As the imperial family had commissioned thousands of small eggs every year to hand out when greeting members of their larger household, officers, students in the institutions they patronized, continuing to wear those same eggs was an evocative memory of the status they had once enjoyed and their shared hardships. So for most males in this demographic, single eggs were initially a sign of collective belonging, a regiment, a shared experience, rather than family heirlooms or collections to be increased year after year. However, and this is where it gets complicated, you can do like cross-fertilization, cross-dressing. If a man, let's say, in the family died, his wife or daughter might wear his imperial era egg. So there's a male one, there's a masculine one, there's one that says simply 1917. Here's one with the St. Andrew flag. So it's not as if only men wore only masculine eggs and so on. In fact, an article from 1922 emphasizes designs currently for sale in Russian stores in Paris that would appeal to men. Quote, stone eggs tinned with depictions of Moscow churches, monarchist eggs with black and yellow banners, double-headed eagles from every imperial epoch, volunteer army with colored Kornilov and Drozdov caps and epaulets, with the imperial tricolor and so forth to every taste. Now the thing that's funny is that the writer of the article devotes the most attention to the masculine eggs, again underscoring that in the first wave for men, wearing the eggs signaled one's military standing or patriotism. Now, how and where were the eggs worn? There's consensus that people wore them on Easter night and at family or other emigre celebrations in the week after Easter, including Easter visits. The problem is establishing how they were worn outside the family circle and in the following weeks. While photographs of men and women wearing eggs exist, they're not always dated. So it's hard to say conclusively whether eggs were only worn in safe contexts where everyone present knew what they meant, or whether you would wear them to non-emigre public festivities like the dance hall, the theater, or the opera. If you were like an industrial worker, like these former well-born young women who did in fact start wearing jumpsuits when they went to work, obviously you were not going to wear your eggs then because they were, after all, jewelry. But what if you were a typist? What if you were a seamstress? What if you were a taxi driver? I'm still trying to figure this out. And it's also not clear whether in the circumstances of the diaspora, did you feel compelled to wear them every day? as a sign that, no, this is what I am, or do you actually hide them in a way that you might hide wearing the cross? In any case, what's clear is that in the 1920s and the 1930s, these eggs were not cutting edge, they were not cool, they were not chic. They were a totemic article from the past that one wore almost in spite of oneself. So in the 1920s and the 1930s, wearing one's pendant eggs became a symbol of Russianness, whereas before the revolution, it had been a marker of class. They served as an insider marker of identity, just as Masonic symbols or Mormon undergarments, if you glimpse them worn under someone's clothes, sparked instant acknowledgement. If you spotted someone on the street wearing an egg during the Easter season, there was kind of the wink, wink, nod, nod, I know who you are, that you could be confident that you were meeting not only a fellow Russian Orthodox Christian, but the right sort. So eggs were worn above all at paschal visits. So the custom of paying calls in Bright Week in particular, when those who wore eggs put them on and went calling, basically everyone felt free to go to everyone's house during the first week after Easter, secure that one would find an open house. And it's at this point that eggs became even more important, because just taking out one's pendant eggs and wearing them was easy. The hard part was having enough eggs, pascha, Silano pascha, kunich, meats, and alcohol for those who happened to drop by. Because remember, people were poor. The Easter table was not only and not mostly about the Easter night for the family. That part was easy. The hard part was the coming week, when you had to be prepared for the chain of visits that would follow. During the 1930s depression, people nostalgically recalled in Paris, quote, Paris managed to catch the last of the Easter visits. As recently as 5 years ago, in the metro and on buses, true, not in uniforms with all one's decorations, but in suits freshened up with a bit of benzene and a hot iron, one still made those visits down the long lists of acquaintances in Paris, Meudon, and Agnières. So the problem was simply not having enough food. A 1930 issue of Illustrated Russia recounted how, quote, the Russian emigration still cannot imagine the bright feast without the traditional paschal table. Often one's last centime goes for eggs and potted cheese. To preserve the old customs, some people take out special Easter loans. It is not surprising that by 1935 and the unemployment crisis over all of Europe, the community decided to forego the visits and support the needy instead, so that the sick, elderly, and children might have something festive to eat, at least on the Easter night. Emigre newspapers began to post lists of donors headed by, in lieu of Easter visits, from General Pavlovsky, 25 francs, from Poruchik Simenchuk, 5 francs, from Captain Zakarski, 10 francs, and so on. Indeed, it was not surprising, they said, now this custom is quietly disappearing before our eyes without anyone noticing. And frankly, we doubt that anyone misses the visits. In Russia, where there was plenty of everything, it's clear which demographic we're talking about, large apartments, parlors, servants, and not the mistress of the house personally prepared and served everything, then you could easily entertain 50 or 100 people a day. Like Easter services, pendant eggs that people had brought with them from Russia were important precisely because they connoted the past without representing added expenses or much extra thought. So two ladies commiserating with one another from having to wear last year's dresses, only freshening them up with some ruffles, said, in these days, the dress doesn't really matter. In church, no one takes off their coat. By the way, that's an important detail because that underscores that most people on Easter night did not stay through liturgy. Most people just showed up for matins and the procession. You keep your coat on and then mwah, 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 3 times bye, and it's just the priest and his family left alone in church. So yeah, I know, sad, but there it is. Anyhow, so one of the ladies says, no one takes off their coat, and at home I have to wear an apron. Without enough dishes to entertain, I have people coming in shifts, and I have to wash the dishes in between. So wearing a pendant egg necklace added both a note of tradition and festivity, and called for no additional expense. You have the Second World War, as newer waves of Russian emigres arrived, mostly from areas occupied by the Germans, i.e. predominantly Ukraine and Belarus, pendant eggs began to signify both class background and pedigree. Now, wearing the eggs on a necklace if one were a woman, and on one's lapel if one were a man, was a way of marking oneself as having come earlier. Not like those people, and being one of the people who had kept the custom unbroken from 1917. So what felt natural to the first set of inhabitants from the empire was a novelty to the new arrivals, who moreover wore headscarves instead of those smart little cloche hats. Now remember, these are people who were either born in or had spent time in the USSR of famines, the Great Terror, and the first 5-year plan, encountering people who had spent the 20s and the 30s in very, very different circumstances. So when the second wave encountered this practice from the first wave, it was strange, but it was also close enough, because it was eggs, to what they had encountered in other places, that they understood its coding, and now wearing eggs became a relatively easy way of passing or blending in. So given their refugee status, like amassing collections was not realistic, but wearing a single pendant at a time was perceived as a modest, appropriate solution. Quote, we understood immediately that we were different from those ladies, one second waver commented. It seemed simpler and better to wear just one at a time, either on a pin or on a chain. Another sort of counter took place as well in the United States. There, those who had left the Russian Empire now encountered Carpatho-Russians, Carpatho-Rusins, whether those who had come from Subcarpathian Rus before the war, Aram, or who had come from 1918, 1938, precisely because the Rusins had come from the Habsburg, not the Russian Empire. They had not given pendant eggs to one another in the old country. Oh, they had no shortage of eggs, beads, and headdresses. They gladly ate eggs and butter and meat after the Lenten fast. But pendant eggs played no role in their folk costumes or their folk customs. So they painted eggs, they wax-dyed eggs, Kizenko and so on, but wearing eggs was unfamiliar to them. So what happens when they come to parishes where you have people who do wear eggs? So in some places they became accepted, and others they did not. One parish in Connecticut, for example, included, quote, Lemkos from Galicia, Poland, and families who had come over from Belarus during the Bolshevik Revolution. Their number greatly increased after the Second World War, and in these communities, which had been part of the Russian Empire, pendant eggs were worn in much the same way they had been in interwar Europe. However, if members of the community established or maintained links with those who identified as Russian and had maintained the practice, they began to adopt or maintain the custom. So, quote, I wear my eggs that were gifts from my dear husband suggests that egg gifting was not a uniquely feminine practice within the family, but could be passed down along the male line. In some cases, like here, the egg might take on the same significance as one pectoral cross, meant to be worn as a talisman under one's clothing and not for public display. I know at least a few women who don't wear their cross between Easter and Ascension, but wear an egg instead, seeing it as functionally similar, which is actually really interesting. That this is actually someone who you can see wearing both eggs as decoration and wearing an egg together with a cross. In some cases, it's a parish thing. In other cases, it is not. Phrases like, my godmother gave me one to start a chain is another telling comment, because it shows that giving an egg could be seen as a spiritual or cultural obligation by a godmother rather than a family heirloom given by a mother or aunt. Second, the idea was to begin a collection and thereby continuing the tradition. So, what happens after the fall of communism as people start to go back and forth? And it is at this point that the comments get really snarky and really interesting. That we Rocor diaspora types wear them, but third wave do not. I have absolutely never seen this until meeting Rocor women in the US. Never seen them in Russia, not on people of Russian descent in the OCA or in Paris. I actually don't like this jewelry. I've never seen a beautiful example. Single egg pendants, yes, but not the chain. I know lovely Akrod women, older, who wear them, so it's definitely not limited to the Rocor. Okay? In the 70s, I definitely remember the French-Russian emigre women of a certain class wearing these necklaces, wives, daughters of St. Vlad's professors, and their more distant relatives. I never went anywhere near Rocor back then, and I would never have seen these necklaces if these women didn't wear them. And then there's East Coast differences, East Coast, West Coast. A friend here in San Diego had never seen this kind of necklace before, moved to the USA from USSR as a child, and suggested that the people who started the tradition must have been descendants of royalty. I'm fascinated to learn more about the history, and so on. And so essentially, this was actually one of the best Facebook threads I've ever started because everyone became weighing in. You know, I've seen some women in the OCA and Rocor wear both together, headscarves and Easter eggs, peasant chic. Okay. Now, it's actually interesting that priests' families are the most likely to wear Easter eggs or to set a model for the rest of the parish. So here's a young priest that I know and his family. You will note that his wife, his matushka, and the daughters are both wearing eggs. You will note that his wife has more eggs than the daughters because they're just starting out. A boy is wearing only one to make sure that it's clear that he's a boy and not wearing more than one egg. And this little tyke is just holding one egg to set a good example. But probably the most eloquent and long comment came from this soprano in the synodal choir in New York, who said that she actually not only was she given eggs for every birthday from her beginning, but she also inherited a beautiful strand from her aunt. And interestingly is that she said that she wears all of her eggs only on the Easter night. So like the chains, the bracelets, and then after that, she rotates the chains to not, be too obvious to other people. But interestingly, in Carpatho-Rusin parishes, the comment that I encountered most was equivalence of, now I don't really see anyone doing it. I would say that the tradition started to die out around more than 20 years ago as more and more old-timers passed away. It was also our custom to gift eggs at Easter. It was very special to be gifted an ancestor's antique egg. During COVID, when people didn't really go out in public, people shared on social media their necklaces. One woman put her egg necklace underneath her icon corner at home precisely because there was nowhere to wear it out. And people, took, this year I finally got my grandmother's eggs. I was so happy. I felt I had finally arrived in the past. Christos Voskresem. Now, what about now, after the war in Ukraine? Now, the Ukrainians who were in Rocor parishes have mostly left to parishes that either identify as Ukrainian or at least do not identify as Russian or evoke Russia favorably. If people in the Rocor choose to stay in the Rocor, even though they think Ukraine is right and Russia is wrong, they may do this little blow of independence by wearing eggs in Ukrainian colors to kind of stick it to their neighbors who, I was actually afraid that people who were Russia sympathizer might start wearing eggs with Putin imagery and so on. Fortunately, this has not happened. So, I hope that I have persuaded you that objects like these small eggs are important aspects of maintaining or evolving diaspora culture. I also hope that I persuade you to look at the objects in your house or objects that you wear in a different light. Maybe you can even ask your elders about them and take notes. After all, we are material as well as spiritual, and we are all therefore looking forward to lunch.
Yes.
So, thank you very much. Now, however, after this project, I actually am going to break it down and put them all on a chain. Yeah, I'm going down that path. Not just one at a time.
You inherit your eggs.
My mother had eggs. She never wore them. She was a second waver. She didn't wear them all on a chain, but she divided them up among her family. So we each have one from her. Father Nick.
So if, first of all, thank you, fabulous stuff. Really interesting kind of diaspora studies, there and back again, these various waves of exchange. I'm curious, if you say that it's a class designation originally, would it be possible for someone who was not Orthodox but was of a specific class in a metropolitan area of the Russian Empire to observe this tradition without being part of an Orthodox parish?
I'll tell you people who definitely did not do it, and that was Jews, even assimilated Jews, because like wearing the egg was just one step too far. That was like, you just didn't go there. On the other hand, in the United States, it being the United States, Joan Rivers has a line of eggs that she designed herself, and you can buy them on Etsy.
Wasn't she Jewish?
Yes! But the question is Russian Empire versus United States. And in the United States, you can be anything you want, whatever you want, and if you can make money on Etsy, there you go. Yes.
As a student of costume history,
as well as being an Episcopalian priest.
I have many interests. When you preach, you have to be like a vacuum cleaner. You want lots of things you can use as illustrations. Anyway, do not apologize for talking about women's history and clothing as something frivolous. It is not. It is very important. Secondly,
okay.
The men are over here now, okay? Secondly, I can see that in the early days of having, one at a time string that you are collecting is nice looking necklace in terms of fashion. However, when you get multiple layers of strings and eggs you're collecting over the generations, you start to look like you are doing a Chanel presentation where she wore tons of costume jewelry together of multicolors. And so I can see women being hesitant about putting on all their strings, lest it's being read as more of a Chanel kind of fashion statement, and hence Joan Rivers probably selling her stuff on that basis.
Well, I think one reason that I resisted actually putting all of mine on one chain was because it felt so anthropological. Like, here's my family wealth, all in one piece. This is who I am. And I didn't want to take that last step. But now that I'm old, I can. But the thing is that, like, something that I didn't bring out here enough was that it's a big difference in, let's say, the 2000s and the 2020s, when everyone just thinks that things are cool and diversity is cool. I think it was very different in Paris in the 1920s and 30s when the fashion was also more streamlined. So before Chanel really took off, that the Russians who worked in fashion in Paris in the 20s and the 30s, or like Valentina, who became a designer in the United States and Hollywood and all of that, all very simple lines, all very geometric shapes, actually avoiding jewelry. So this is kind of like, I know it's kitschy, but it's my mom, so I wear it and stuff. So.
The Paul Poiret, the Ballet Russe, the Art Erte designs also had that sort of counter Russian folkloric, massive color and pageantry.
Yeah, and actually, and in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, when they did the big Yves Saint Laurent show, Russian influence, that actually, you can actually trace egg sales, and they spike every time there was a big Fabergé exhibit. People went out and actually started buying more eggs. It's like, I want one, I want one. Wow. And actually, on eBay, I almost put up a picture of this. On eBay, someone actually took a potato and stuck rhinestones in it, claiming that it was a Fabergé egg, and some idiot bought it, thinking that they were getting a great deal, and actually complained, saying, I got this potato with pins in it, and I'm going like, all right, well, you know,
That must
P.T.
have
Barnum.
been the origin of the Mr. Potato Head, though.
Yeah, exactly. Lunchtime?
Well, you see why no conference on Orthodoxy is ever complete without Dr. Kizenko to liven it up.
Good, yes.
Thank you. So it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Francesca Silano. So what year did you start at Toronto?
2012.
2012. So around 2012, I got an email from Francesca saying, I had just finished my first book, which was on monasticism, which ended with some bit about monasticism in the early Soviet period. She says, I'm interested in working, maybe writing a dissertation on monasticism in the Soviet Union. I said, oh, that's a great topic, and I, suggested as many sources I could come. And then a few years later, at that point, I was only even contemplating working on Tikhon. Then I decided to start working on Tikhon, and a year or two later I heard from Heather Coleman, a mutual friend, who said, oh, you should get in touch with Francesca because she's also working on Tikhon. And so for the past dozen years we have been working, after there had been no books on Patriarch Tikhon, the only book written in English was published in the 1960s, right? And now there were two of us working, and so we've been working this kind of tandem for a very long time, and I have learned a tremendous amount from Francesca, and so I'm really pleased to have her here. She finished her PhD, sorry I've got the wrong sheet, at the University of Toronto in 2017, and then she was a fellow here at the Havikhurst Center at Miami University for several years. Has several important articles, including one, I Am a Sincere Believer, Rethinking Religiosity and Identity in Early Soviet Union from Slavic Review, A Dishonor to You and to the Church, Patriarch Tikhon, Pogroms and the Russian Revolution in the journal Kritika, and Reconstructing an Orthodox Scenario of Power, the Restoration of the Russian Orthodox Patriarchate in Revolutionary Russia, which was in the journal Revolutionary Russia. And her forthcoming book is The Battle for Russia's Souls, Patriarch Tikhon, the Russian Orthodox Church, and the Soviet State. So when you finish reading mine, you'll be primed to read hers, which is going to be even better. So, Francesca, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I really want to begin by thanking Scott. He's been so generous with me. It's like for every young scholar, I mean, you can't hope for somebody to be as welcoming and supportive. So I'm even just getting to be here is a really great treat. I love Miami. It was a great year I spent here. So I'm very excited to be here. I want to start, I guess, by telling you the thing that never kind of stops fascinating me about this character of Patriarch Tikhon. Whereas, like, I like to imagine the scene of just the Romanovs have, they're out of the picture, right? Yeah, this guy gets elected, as Scott tells you, to be the Metropolitan of Moscow. So he moves in from the front of World War I, from Vilnius. He comes in, right? And then he's elected to be the Metropolitan. Then, the Russian Orthodox Church finally gets its council after 200 years. And they elect him to be sort of the head secretary of this council. And then the Bolsheviks begin their takeover in St. Petersburg. And that's the exact same time that the All-Russian Church Council is happening in Moscow. And I want to introduce you to that to make you think what's actually happening in Moscow at this time, October 1917, is that there are street battles throughout the whole city between soldiers from the Military Revolutionary Committee, that's like controlled by Bolsheviks and other leftists, and cadets. Okay, so there's violence everywhere, but specifically inside of Red Square, there's shelling of the Kremlin Cathedral. So all of these like really symbolic places, right? And in the middle of that, this council decides, we're going to restore the patriarchate. That's what we're going to do. This position that hadn't been around since 1700. This is the last patriarch of the Orthodox Russian, the last Moscow patriarch. Okay, Patriarch Adrian. There was a locum tenens afterwards, but this is the last patriarch. So you think okay, it's been 217 years, right? And now we're restoring this position, and who wants that job? Literally the worst job in the world, which is why I love this photo more than any photo of Patriarch Tikhon. This is just after the election, and the face says everything.
It's looking like what?
The face says everything to me. It's just this is the worst job that one could ever have. So, in any case, in any situation, something like taking up a role that has not existed for more than 200 years in a church as complex as the Moscow Patriarchate would be daunting. But now you have to take it up under an atheistic, materialistic government that wants your dissolution. So one question that I always ask myself, and I will never get tired of asking, is what does it mean to be a patriarch? What is a patriarch? Who is the Moscow patriarch? Is it what's written down on the sheet of paper? There's a series of duties, fine. But what strikes me more than anything is that there is a man named Tikhon Bilavin, and I think here you really see the man. But there is this role, patriarch, which is a kind of empty vessel into which everybody is pouring what they think Russia needs to be, the church needs to be, the patriarchate needs to be, they need to be. It takes on significance, outsized significance, for all kinds of people. So much so that I have been studying Patriarch Tikhon for a very long time. I was just telling Father Nicholas, I'm not really sure I know him all that well because he is so symbolic for so many people. So what I really want to do today is just tell you some of those ways that he becomes so symbolic. Tikhon is elected, as I said, in 1917, November. He himself described walking through the Kremlin and seeing, blood and brains spattered on the ground. And he gets enthroned at the Uspensky Cathedral, right? So it's a super significant place. And all of the speeches describe, how much they are hoping for from him. But one thing I wanted, two examples, and I've written about these in an article, but two that I really enjoy going back to is one of the hieromonk Ilarion Troitsky, who obviously later becomes quite famous, describes in an article taking out these robes again. He said they had become museum pieces and now they're on a living man again, right? One newspaper described, this guy named Zhilikin, the journalist, describes Tikhon as the center of the celebration, the hope of all in attendance, because he had been transformed in this ceremony of enthronement from a living person into a living symbol. And then the person says, and Zhilikin says, and if the mysterious power of symbols has not yet faded, then does it not seem that a powerful symbol has been reborn in Russian life? He describes this idea of, he says, two spectral facts met on the battlements of the Kremlin, the resurrected patriarchate and the victorious assault of Bolshevism. That is, this role lends itself to everybody's imagination. How could you expect a better story? Resurrected patriarch, Vladimir Lenin. You couldn't come up with something more fascinating if you tried. And people immediately start turning to this person, to this role, looking for things from him. Early letters to Tikhon are fascinating. People write to him saying, quote, "You are a luminous angel, a comforting intercessor, and in the near and happy future, the leader of the state of the great land of the New Jerusalem, Orthodox Russia." Others write to him saying, that he's there to help guarantee, quote, "that the Russian people be Russian and not socialist," end quote. So this hope, Russia can be saved through you. You can bring us where we need to be going. The rediscovery of this institution then comes to stand for anything and everything. But the real period that I want to focus on in this talk, because I spent a lot of time in the Vatican archives, and I was able to, gather all kinds of letters to the Secretary of State of the Vatican about Tikhon. And that's happening really in 1923 when the Bolsheviks are preparing to put him on trial, right? So this is just to show you, I love this image of Tikhon in Red Square, sort of surrounded by the people. Or here, you get to see, after the confiscation of church valuables, right, this sort of supreme kind of blasphemy that's experienced by people, we have Tikhon on trial. Tikhon under house arrest and getting ready for trial. In that year, and let's say I want to start from January of 1923, so the idea is that he's supposed to be tried in April of 1923. In those months, let's say from January to May, the amount of the weight of his symbolic importance explodes throughout the world. First of all, we can say from the perspective of how important he comes to be in Soviet Russia. So already in that year, January 1923, is the first Komsomol Christmas. The Komsomol is the communist youth organization. And you get letters from British diplomats and also from an American Jesuit, Edmund Walsh, who's writing constantly to his superior and also to the Secretary of State of the Vatican, describing these Komsomol Christmases that happen in Moscow, St. Petersburg, all throughout the new Soviet Union, where they are burning Patriarch Tikhon in effigy. They are walking around with caricatures of the Pope and of him, and he's become sort of this symbol to burn alive, literally in the streets. This very strong attack on the religious sentiment of the people begins already in January of 1923, and a lot of people actually protested against these Christmases because they were seen as almost too grotesque, but nonetheless they had 184 such celebrations throughout the new Soviet Union. This is all, of course, in preparation for the trial of Tikhon. Now, there have been trials of Orthodox churchmen throughout the summer. This is the one in Petrograd. Here is Metropolitan Benjamin, who would be shot and killed in July of 1922. And I just wanted to show you these pictures because they have such performative elements, these trials. This is in the Petrograd Philharmonia. It's this huge, it's a concert hall. It's all... it's a very powerful theatrical performance, these trials, and they're getting ready to do one for Tikhon, right? So you have to set up the drama. And the drama is set up in the indictment of Tikhon that's written by Andrei Vyshinsky, whose name you might know because he ends up becoming the prosecutor under Stalin during the Great Terror of all the show trials. And he sort of gets his start with this trial. And he writes an 88-page narrative of everything that Tikhon comes to symbolize, which, among other things, is the very last vestiges of everything that is bad. Let's put it that way. So the noble merchant counter-revolution put all their hopes in the patriarchate, he writes, right? He said that the patriarchate itself was, quote, a new means of restraining the masses with the power of religious intoxication and subservience associated with the normal functions of the patriarchal administration. This 88-page document was published in thousands of copies, distributed throughout the USSR, published in summary in almost every Soviet newspaper, and even sent to the Associated Press stationed in Riga so that it could be distributed through foreign newspapers. So let's get this Bolshevik narrative out there. And in these months that follow, this is going to be my final picture because I like this sort of okay, who is this person? You get people all over the world trying to say what the significance of this is, this man on trial, the preparation for trial. The first place that I want to take us to is the Holy See in Rome, where, again, the American Jesuit Edmund Walsh is sending regular reports to the Pope. He's the official ambassador of the Holy See in the Soviet Union, and he's also a Jesuit, so he's writing to his superior, who at the time is Volodymyr Ledekovsky, who's Polish, which complicates a lot of things in this story, which I could tell you about another time. But Walsh is writing back to the Secretary of State, Gaspari, And he says on January 15th, quote, "The Patriarch Tikhon is imprisoned in the Donskoy Monastery, but no threats can keep the faithful Russians from coming to the terraces surrounding the monastery in the hope of seeing their spiritual father or receiving his blessings from afar." And I love this line. "The spirit of faith has survived the terrors of the past 5 years, just as the gold cross still dominates the red square from the spire of St. Basil." In this particular moment, and this is kind of a really fascinating moment, also thinking about Aram's talk earlier, among Catholics, Roman Catholics, this moment of Tikhon's arrest is paradoxically seen as a moment where perhaps the Catholic and Orthodox churches will reunite. That is, that Tikhon as a symbol of Christian strength in the midst of an atheistic government is enough to overcome the divisions that had until that point separated Russians and Catholics. So the Jesuits, British ambassadors, they're furiously writing to each other. One says, quote, one English Jesuit writes, quote, that Tikhon seems to be in fact moving towards union with the Holy See, right? But which was not true, but the interesting part to me here, more than anything, is that you're getting letters from the Catholic exarch of the Byzantine Russian Church, Leonid Fyodorov, who's writing to the Pope. And he's saying, Tikhon, for all of us here, Catholics and Orthodox alike, is, quote, he says, "The Patriarch, as was the case in Byzantium, has begun to assume some of the dignity of a king. The confessor's halo already surrounds his venerable features in the popular imagination." So he describes Tikhon as somebody that everybody can get behind because he is sort of a living saint, an icon for everyone, Catholic, Orthodox, regardless. In fact, many people from different confessions were beginning to see Tikhon this way. Most famously, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Randall Davidson, who on the after being pushed by Yevlogi our Yevlogi from before, writes a letter in behalf of Patriarch Tikhon, saying, "In the name of the Christian communions which we represent, we desire to protest most earnestly against the attack on the Russian Church in the person of its Patriarch Tikhon. The public mind and conscience of Christendom, and indeed of the whole civilized world, cannot tolerate silently so grave a wrong." And I want to focus on that word civilized, because what was happening as these descriptions of Tikhon kept growing and growing and growing was that he came to represent not just Christianity or Orthodoxy, or then Christianity, but eventually, by the time of his impending trial, he comes to take on sort of he comes to represent for many people civilization itself. That is, civilization is under threat, and we see it in the fact that Tikhon is about to be tried. How can I show you this? Well, first of all of these messages were reprinted in newspapers throughout the whole world. But what you get are letters from people to the Pope describing how if the trial against Tikhon goes forward, civilization itself will collapse. The Polish bishops, for example, write a report to the Pope saying that the Bolsheviks, quote, sought to destroy the most precious interests of contemporary culture and civilization, which are under threat to the same degree as religion. Bolshevism displays the same relentlessness against the foundations of all culture, namely private property, civil liberty, the moral education of young people, and the institution of the family, as it does against religion. The argument goes, Bolsheviks are attacking religion, but in attacking religion, they are attacking all culture. And how do we know that's happening? They say, quote, as demonstrated first and foremost in the trial against Patriarch Tikhon, who was so unyielding to their demands. And these are Polish Catholic bishops who've just, by the way, seen their own bishop put under trial and one of them executed, one of their priests, and they still think the trial of Tikhon is more symbolic, that this is the one that shows if this goes forward, civilization is about to collapse. The bishops wrote an appeal to the whole world saying, quote, it is for you to decide if you will fight back, if you will stop this terrible moral and spiritual contagion, or if you will allow it to reach you. The Times of London on April 9th publishes an editorial titled "The War on Religion, Time for Action," and says, quote, "It is for civilized mankind to grasp the true significance of the war upon Christianity and upon the morality that has grown up out of Christianity. And it is for them to raise their voices in a chorus of righteous anger against a system aimed straight at the foundations of their spiritual and moral life." And they say basically everybody should protest the Soviet Union and the trial of Tikhon, saying, if you go forward, we will take away all our representatives in your country. Here in the US, a giant group of Episcopalians, Catholic, Russian, and other Protestant churches filled Carnegie Hall to protest against the trial of Patriarch Tikhon, telling that they had to say, asking President Harding to act against putting Tikhon on trial. A number of senators wrote in support of them. In face of all of this, Georgy Chicherin, the People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, wrote to Stalin saying, probably they shouldn't execute Tikhon, quote, because it cannot fail to produce throughout the civilized world a feeling of horror and indignation which the Russian government can hardly wish to invite. Very interesting letter throughout the civilized world. And so Tikhon, as Scott explained, does get released from prison after having agreed to sign a series of declarations that are very complex in their history. But the point being, what the Bolsheviks want is for him to look like he capitulated, essentially. Let's take down this living symbol. Let's take down this living martyr, this living confessor, and make him look weak in front of the masses. Because they have a series of of secret police reports where they say, in general, quote, amongst the population that attends church, there is a great interest in Tikhon's trial and fate. Most people relate sympathetically to him. These are secret police reports. They say, Tikhon is too beloved. We need to do something about this. Let's release him, but make him look bad. And they thought that would work, that he would look very weak and it would undermine sort of this symbolic power of Tikhon. Now, I was fascinated to read the reports from Catholic clergy in Russia to the Pope about this declaration, because they are so disillusioned by Tikhon. And you get these letters that are pretty brutal. Like one Silesian priest, Father Aristide Simonetti, writes to the Pope saying that Tikhon giving in was, quote, a typical representative of the Slavic and Orthodox mentality. His miserable and shameful surrender and declare without, and he says like that Tikhon, that the people would lose religious faith in the face of Tikhon's declarations, that they would see his miserable and shameful surrender and declare without preamble that this is the final catastrophe because nothing stable exists in Russia anymore. So basically he says, now Tikhon symbolizes not only, he's literally a representative of the Slavic and Orthodox mentality, whatever, you can see everything underneath there, right? But also now he represents sort of the end of Christianity, the end of hope for Russia, because he's weak, because he's given in, apparently. Yet, people inside the Soviet Union seem to have a very different response. This is sort of the biggest thing that ends up being perplexing, is that even with these declarations, Tikhon emerges from his imprisonment still a hero in the eyes of most of the people. They welcome him, they adore him, and he gets letters from people all over the country, especially from parishes that had gone over to the renovationists for some time. And I love reading these letters, not because I can say that they're sincere. Who knows if they're sincere, what people meant when they were writing to him to say, I'm really sorry that I went with the renovationists. But that again, they ascribe to him the same kind of symbolic power as those very early letters from the Patriarch to him when he was made Patriarch. For example, the clergy and parish council of the Church of St. Alexei in Moscow wrote, quote, that they were delighted by his release, seeing in this event a pledge of peace and prosperity for the church. They said that they had been surrounded by spiritual darkness while he was in prison, that violence, fear, and temptation swayed the hearts of the faithful and tore the church apart. But they said that him getting out of prison now guaranteed that the sun had risen again and we can clearly see the way to Christ. So they give all of these like kind of poetic descriptions of now the way is forward. You are the way. As long as we're following you, we're following the right path. We know we're with Christ. We know we're with the apostles. We know that we're with the canons, etc. You get these wonderful letters where they say, we never stopped proclaiming your name in our church services, even though that had been made illegal by the Bolsheviks. So, we stood with you all the way. But the ones that I found kind of most fascinating and also most moving are these really personal letters by clergymen usually. One man who, I have a few of them, but for example, there's Konstantin Wyszylewski, who writes this sort of searing letter to Tikhon saying, I kind of allied with the Renovationists. I didn't explicitly pledge my obedience to them, but he says in capital letters, I never prayed together with the Renovationists, never interrupted my prayerful and spiritual communion with you, resorting only to secret commemoration of your name when it was strictly prohibited by the Soviet authorities, just on, and I'm sorry and please take me back. And he says, my aching heart welcomed with even greater joy your release from custody and your declaration of renunciation of all politics within the church. And he says, now that I have, and I was thinking of Nadia when I read this letter, sincerely confessed my innermost feelings to you, I feel that I know that we can start again here. And again, I'm not interested so much in the sincerity or not of these letters as I am in the fact that these people feel somehow that their individual identity, their individual place in the world is wrapped up with whoever this man might be to them. His name declared in the liturgy or not declared. Some kind of place to ground themselves in the midst of the chaos. Okay, I've confessed this to you. I can sort of move forward now. He's been filled with so much significance for so many people. And that's true until his death, and even more so afterwards, right? On the day of his death, bells pealed throughout much of the Moscow churches the day of his funeral. There were 100,000 attendees who watched as the coffin was carried through the city of Moscow. People gathered in all of these large numbers, 100 to 120 people per minute, filing through the area where his casket was on display. But it's interesting if you can go read in the international press even the homilies about Tikhon that are given throughout the world. For example, in Riga, Bishop Johann Palmer calls Tikhon sort of, he says, the significance of the Patriarch was understood by the opponents of faith, so that their struggle with the faith became in no small part a struggle with Tikhon. And he called Tikhon a national hero, in whom the people became accustomed to believing unconditionally, in whom they became accustomed to recognizing as a hero in everything. He became a hero, but he describes him as a hero for Russia, for Russian life. He even celebrates his belonging to the Union of Russian People, even though, as Scott and I both believe, he doesn't really seem to have ever belonged to the Union of Russian People. So this sense like, okay, Tikhon was this, conservative bastion, right? But in Prague, you have Sergei Bulgakov kind of saying Tikhon was important because he was meek and he was mild and he was able to be humble, like just saying a totally other different sort of vision of this guy. He was important because he was a living symbol of church unity, that's what he says. Had been an empire, now it was a patriarchate. The Tsar of all Russia had been replaced by the Patriarch of all Russia. That's what Bulgakov says about Tikhon. So just like this total imagination of what he could be and couldn't be in all sorts of people. And throughout the world, he was remembered in all these newspapers with the same thing, right? Quote in the Chicago Daily Tribune, Dr. Tikhon's death removes one of the picturesque and powerful figures remaining of old Russia. Others called him a martyr. Others called him the only last remaining symbol of, quote, the ecclesiastical pomp and circumstance of the Tsarist days when the Russian church was as powerful as the state. Anything and everything. I want to finish by just reading you briefly a homily from the Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church now, Kirill, who gave two homilies about the 100-year anniversary of Tikhon's death. And I think they're really fascinating to go and read because you get the exact same impression, like this is just, you use this person for whatever it is that you want to demonstrate today. So he describes Tikhon in both of these homilies sort of as somebody who stood up to an atheistic regime, he tries to make a really strong argument in one of the homilies for Tikhon being murdered. Like, he goes over it over and over again. But what I find really interesting is that what he said in his second homily. This is on April 6th, the night, the vigil of Tikhon's death. He called Tikhon, quote, an alternative to the godless authorities, to whom the people flocked, who was a symbol of the continuing spiritual life of the people. Okay, that's what he calls him. But then at the end he says, not in the face of persecutors. Fortunately, there are none in our country. But in view of such developments in human civilization and such pseudo-culture, which are trying to gently wrest faith from people's hearts, right? He says that Tikhon would be able to, quote, defend the Orthodox faith even today in these difficult years. So from sort of Western civilization, from pseudo-culture, that's what Tikhon symbolizes, like the last kind of a way to stand up to this sort of whatever is not Russian culture. So all of this is to say that this figure, son of a priest from a very small town in northwestern Russia, at one moment of world history becomes extremely important for people to try to make sense of what precisely is going on in the world, who the enemy is, what the hope is, where we should go, where we shouldn't go. And so Tikhon became, sincerely for me, a symbol in life and in death. Thank you.
Questions?
Nadia.
Why did you have to wear a red t-shirt?
It's my color. I wasn't thinking. That's a pretty good point.
What are you going to do different in your book from what Scott has done in his?
Yeah.
Like, I think I see it from the quotes that you chose and from the direction that you're going, but I think it might be helpful for all of us here to understand why we should buy both.
Great question. So Scott has done the hard job. Scott wrote the biography, which I don't know how to tell you. That is it is a task that I would never have wanted to do. And then we forced him to do a Ukrainian autocephaly on top of that, which was mean. It was mean. So Scott sort of gave us the actual story of this man. But the thing that I'm most interested in is kind of what I've been doing today. What does this man end up meaning for the Soviet project and for the Orthodox project in these early crucial years of the Soviet Union? And my fundamental argument is that the early Soviet project is really formed in many, many ways in conflict with this whole other way of being or imagining the world. And that is seen so by Soviet authorities, it's seen so by some Orthodox authority, but especially you see it in the imagination of people, in the way they write and talk about who this person or what this role means for them. So it's really about trying to understand what both of, when I call it the battle for Russia's souls, it's sort of like this clash between, I would say, the patriarchate, not necessarily the patriarchate, but the patriarchate and that early Bolshevik state is a kind of way for a whole series of visions to come out and sort of be in conflict as the early Soviet Union is trying to be established. Does that make sense?
If I could follow up, how much of a sense do you get that Tikhon for people becomes what the 1917-18 Moscow Council becomes? This brief shining moment when the church can go in a totally different direction and then snuffed out.
Well, but Tikhon, you'd have to ask Scott about this more, but you should, I think one of the most interesting moments is that June 1923 moment when he's released, and you watch people kind of twisting in pretzels to try to be like, did he sign this declaration? What is that? Sort of, in a sense that things between that and then his post-death declaration, there's a way that people need to sort of cherry pick from him the thing that allows them to feel like, okay, this was the path that Tikhon really wanted. This was the path that Tikhon really wanted. Like, I think Father Nicholas's paper is actually a great way to see that. It's like everyone's sort of looking for a Tikhon moment that they can draw upon and build on, but like the chaos of this moment is so intense that half the time you don't even know if what you're told that Tikhon was saying was what he was saying or doing, or like it's kind of difficult to really know. So for some, yeah, brief shining moment, but for others it's like, yeah, I mean, he could be oh well, you capitulated, or you know, so it becomes more complicated, I think. Yes.
I had the privilege of reading Scott's book in manuscript form as his parish priest, so it's nice. When is your book coming out? A very practical question.
Yeah, I hope
both books.
So I've got about a chapter and a half left to finish. So I'm hoping to get the manuscript in by next summer. That's the goal. Yeah. Yes.
So I'm curious, you know, in doing the kind of work that you and Scott are doing, you give us intellectual pursuit that has many sources of inspiration and an important public figure, in this case the Patriarch of the Russian Church. And there are a number of us who live in these two worlds, where we also live in a church where they sing about him and they kiss his icon. Mm-hmm. And he's used in public addresses and homilies to, as you just cited from Patriarch Kirill, certainly in the Orthodox Church in America, has been a lot of that for quite some time. And I'm curious to know how you find the comparison between what you can gather factually in doing a serious academic profile on a person's contribution in their time versus the kinds of narratives that tend to erupt in religious communities. And what I have in mind specifically is the cult, and I don't mean that pejoratively, but I can't think of another word. Maybe it's a commemoration of the new martyrs and confessors of Russia and of Rus, which is really a global phenomenon. And here we're talking about, you know, these narratives, they tend to evolve. Here's a narrative after 10 years, 50, 100, and who knows where it's going. Have you looked at that at all? I'm kind of curious to know, you know, is there a critique, for example, that one could give to another?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would say critique, and I hope I'm understanding your question, because I come at this research as a Roman Catholic, and on one side, I see that means that, like, there are things that I won't ever understand. I mean, I don't live them in my, it's like for me, who the Pope is like, you know, it's a complicated, it's like, I think about the role this way so much because the Pope on one side is like so crucial for me, and on the other side, like, I don't really need to like him that much. I don't even really need to listen to that much to what he says if I don't really want to. And like, so there's this way that the man and the role are in tension, and it's complicated, and it can be all kinds of things for all kinds of people. I guess what I'm saying is, though, sorry, to try to be concise here, I think the narratives or the cult or the commemoration are just as an important source of study as is like a, you know, a strict academic profile. I mean, profile, because not only because those things tell you a lot about what somebody has become. Like, it's not really all that important to me if Tikhon actually was any of these things. Like, if I can find the facts that back it up, it's more like, what did you imagine he was? And what does that tell me about his importance for your life, and et cetera, right? But also because, like, I am a believer, I'm a Christian, and I actually think that some of these things that they have, that, like, they're real, and they're real for people, but they also they hold a reality that goes beyond the political or like the contemporary historical narrative of the actual day. That, like, if you believe somebody is a saint, that means something. That goes beyond even the instrumentalization of that person. People can be instrumentalized without it necessarily, for me, tarnishing who they were or what happened to them, right? Is that a fair answer to the question?
Yes, very much so, thank you.
Yeah.
What I think is so interesting about this is the idea of the imaginary, because looking at this from the American perspective, and having studied a little bit of sort of the early reactions to the new martyrs of the United States, the imaginary is a really important aspect of it, because so much of what was happening in Bolshevik Russia in the early Soviet Union was really opaque from the West. You had to sort of imagine it because you didn't have the whole picture.
Yeah.
You had scattered little bits here and there, and whatever information you could get. And that's particularly true for him because people knew him here. There were still priests that served with him in the United States in the 20s, and thousands of people for whom he was a real figure, but had taken on this entirely different, literal mantle, right, in Soviet Russia in a way that they couldn't perceive because they didn't know, right?
Yeah.
So how much do you think that that's really, that sort of imaginary aspect of sort of disinformation or lack of information really fits into that?
Well, you know what though? Like, imagine I was doing a talk at Brown, and there was a great Nicole Eaton. She's at Boston College, and she does World War II stuff. And she was like, it was just after Pope Leo had been elected, and she was like, now like Bob that you were playing tennis with is suddenly, like the Pope. It's like, I mean, first of all, like today. It's not like even today I'm going to be able to get all the information about what's going on in the Vatican. You don't know what happens. The higher the echelon, the less you know, right? The more distant they become from you. So the imagination will be active regardless of, the communication methods you have at the time. But then, like, even still, like, I don't know how to say this in a better way. Like, the imagination is part of Christian life. I mean, that's everything. Bread is flesh, right? Wine is blood. Icons are the eternal in time. I mean, without the imagination, you're not really living Orthodoxy or like how can you do it? I mean, the Easter pendants. This is the creativity of the whole, especially in Orthodoxy, right? Like the second that the guy that you're celebrating with puts on this, it's a whole different ball game, right? And like it's like this could still be, Vasily from Pskov, but over here it's like this is Tikhon, Patriarch of Moscow and all Rus, right? So, yeah, the imagination is always there and I think is crucial to the experience. Yes.
It seems like the Bolsheviks made him a placeholder for the royal family and then watched people's reactions. Mm-hmm. And then said, is there a way that we could bleed off all the old Russia devotional onto him? How dangerous would he be if we did that? And probably decided, nah. So I would not be surprised if they had murdered him. But to speak on his behalf, very canny of him and very theologically authentic and with integrity, to issue a declaration that basically says, my kingdom is not of this world.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let you project imperial power on me. I'm going to quote Jesus in front of Pontius Pilate, that my kingdom is not of this world, so I abjure a political role for the church. Means that he is somebody the Bolsheviks could have lived with if they hadn't been so relentlessly atheist, and if they hadn't been convinced that, the people will never let us just have him be a non-politicized religious leader. That was not a role that was so prevalent for them back then that they thought that could really be an enduring role.
Yeah, I think there's that's a really complex question. I think this is why I love the early Russian Revolution, because this is when they really still believe in Marxism, right? So you can't have like a sort of church, like that doesn't work, right? Like this religion is supposed to be melting away. And again, I don't think Tikhon is a guy who grew up in Imperial Russia. He loved the Tsar. You can't pretend that these people aren't from the context that they're in, and I don't think there's any problem with that, frankly. Like, this is just the world that he grew up in, right? So, I think sometimes we even want to give him like he was just like not just like sort of he had the perfect vision, or he was able to come up with this apoliticized version of maybe. I mean, I'm pretty sure he would have loved the restoration of the Russian Empire. I can't really imagine an Orthodox hierarch from this period who wouldn't want the restoration of the Russian Empire, and I don't really think that that's strange, right? Like, I have no problem leaving these people in the history that they're in. I don't know if. I think what he was trying to do was trying to respond like instant by instant to this sort of unprecedented set of circumstances in the best way that you kind of can, with all of the complexities that come along with that. If that makes sense. But yeah, I don't think the Bolsheviks could let him go on. No. Yeah.
Thank you, Francesca.
Thank you, Scott.
When Professor Stephen Norris said to us the beginning of the year or the end of last year, probably a year ago this must have been, that 2025 was going to be the year we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Heviger Center for what used to be called Heviger Center for Russian and Post-Soviet Studies. We now have a new, better name. And he suggested to each of us who are fellows with the center that we have some kind of signature event that simultaneously highlights our own work, but also, can celebrate the center. And so it didn't take me too long to think about 2025 is not only the 25th anniversary of the Heviger Center, for which I am profoundly grateful for, and grateful for its support for this day, but also, of course, the centenary of the repose of Patriarch Tikhon. And so I thought, well, I'm going to invite some of my favorite people to come to Miami and give a series of absolutely amazing talks, as you have heard. And I have immense gratitude to each one of them. So after Francesca forced me to write about Ukrainian autocephaly, I shared it with Father Nicholas and said, please help me to make sure I'm not saying anything offensive and outrageous and whatever, wrong, etc. Aram read my 2 chapters on Patriarch Tikhon's North American period and gave me incredible feedback. And not only that, but also came up with the title, The People's Patriarch. So I'm incredibly grateful to Aram. And both Nadia and Francesca read the entire manuscript. And both of them gave me incredible feedback throughout the whole thing. So I'm really grateful to all 4 of you for all the work you did to help me and support me through this process. So thinking of this figure that I've been working on for the past dozen or so years and thinking about even longer, of course there's so much to be said, which is why it's a long book. It's about 400 pages. Thinking also about how the Orthodox Church regards him as a saint. And what does that mean in the world in which we live? And sainthood for Orthodox Christians, as for Roman Catholics, you're used to reading saints' lives of, first it was the apostles, and then there were the early Christian martyrs, and then there were the holy monks and nuns and great theologians and things like this. But most saints' lives, the genre of hagiography is, it's very scripted. Every saint's life begins with, they had a very pious childhood, their religious parents, they didn't like to play all the games the other children played, they loved to go to church instead, and it was like their lives were scripted from beginning to end to be holy, right? Whereas Patriarch Tikhon is somebody of our own age, right? Close enough to us that we can know, thanks to his own personal letters, to things that he says, the things that other people are writing about him, not only sort of after the fact or when they're thinking of him as a symbol, as Francesca so eloquently talked about, but also just like actual people who knew him and were interacting with him and saying things about him. We can know much more about this person as a person, right? And the way in which he struggled with making these incredible decisions. And not only that, but somebody who confronted really modern concerns, right? When he was in North America, religious pluralism, separation of church and state, all these kind of things, which is very new for Orthodox Christianity. And then, of course, in the Soviet Union, a hostile totalitarian government that was trying to destroy religion, and how do you navigate those kinds of concerns and things like this. So I kind of have some reflections about maybe what we can take away. And I'll begin with, you sort of think to begin most biographies or stories about Tikhon would become about the moment when he becomes patriarch. So when I was thinking about how do I begin the book, I thought, actually, I'm not going to choose that moment. I'm going to choose instead the moment when he is elected as the Archbishop of Moscow. Because when he's elected patriarch, they're not actually talking that much about him personally, because the process was they held elections and they took the names of the top 3 people and then chose one by lot. And so it was a bit different of a process, shall we say, whereas when he was elected in Moscow, there was actual debates about who is the appropriate person. And there were 2 people who became kind of the final contenders. And so there were proponents of at that point, Archbishop Tikhon, and there was proponents of the other figure, Alexander Samarin, who was actually just a layman, and so on. And so what I want to talk about is what they were saying about Tikhon at that moment in 1917. So a Moscow diocesan paper observed that those who had served under Tikhon in all his previous, in Vilnius and in Yaroslavl and North America and so on, spoke very highly of him. His personal life was marked by humility. He was, quote, always accessible to each and all. When he made the rounds of his diocese, he was met everywhere not as a boss before whom one had to tremble, but as the best benevolent father, end quote. Though kindly and good-natured, he was not weak, but could stand up for his principles. Characterizing him as, quote, European, enlightened, and educated, the article concluded, Archbishop Tikhon was consistently distinguished by a progressive orientation, and in church matters, always an advocate of allowing local social forces broad independence, end quote. So not somebody who was dictating top down in a hierarchical sort of authoritarian church structure, which was normally how the Russian Orthodox Church operated, but somebody who encouraged the input and active participation from below as well. Tikhon, in other words, was not a typical bishop of his age. And this is not just sort of later hagiographical reflections of him, but what actual contemporaries were saying. But rather encouraged and gave voice and initiative to the clergy and laity in his dioceses. The periodical of the Moscow Theological Academy asserted that, quote, Vladika is like a common reference way in which Russians speak about a bishop. Vladika Tikhon was one of those few beacons in an era of gloomy ecclesiastical reaction, unquote. Because the end of the Russian Empire was, the church was so kind of under the thumb of the state and all the Rasputin scandals and all this kind of stuff. And Tikhon was somebody who'd somehow not been tainted by all of that. But what's interesting is that those were sort of the more progressive-oriented religious journals, but at the same time conservatives were saying similar things about him. So a conservative newspaper praised Tikhon as one who had not compromised the church to political agendas of either the left or the right. So he was one of those rare people that conservatives and progressives could embrace as their own, right? I mean, imagine that in our world today. After the Bolshevik Revolution, Tikhon would lead the Russian Church as Patriarch through one of the most profound upheavals in the history of Christianity, on par, I would say, only with the Protestant Reformation and the French Revolution. And yet it's received so much less attention by Western Christians by comparison with those other events. Just 2 months after his election as Archbishop, the Monumental Church Council, as Francesca has already told us about, convened to implement renewal at every level, and which had not been held in 200 years. And this question of whether they were going to restore the Patriarchate had been something they'd been discussing for already a decade by that point. So they decide to do so precisely at the moment when democracy is failing. So it may seem like a little bit weird, like why are they concerned about this thing when this other, Bolsheviks have just seized power? But in fact, they were hoping for a kind of strong leadership in the church. Why they needed that at that moment. So at the very same moment, basically, that he is elected Patriarch, the most radical far-left Marxist Communist Bolshevik Party seizes power and sets out to destroy the church, right? So no longer was he kind of a progressive ecclesiastical leader of Russia in a free democratic society, but now had to defend Russia's largest religious confession in the face of an aggressively militant atheist state. That regime was determined to destroy the Orthodox Church as an institution and uproot Orthodoxy as a cultural system that shaped the beliefs and lifeways of citizens, to liberate them from religious superstition and create the humanity of the future. And I think that's also something that Francesca will explore a lot of in her book. In the first months of their rule, the Bolsheviks passed legislation that not only disestablished the church, but stripped it of juridical status and its right to own property, even the very church buildings themselves. Disestablishment quickly turned to repression. Patriarch Tikhon countered Bolshevik decrees and assaults with a combination of public criticisms against their assaults on the church, efforts to intercede with the government to uphold its own principles, because the Bolsheviks declared in their separation of church and state, and also freedom of conscience, and appeals to believers to, that is the same picture that Francesca already had, to defend the church. And the Patriarch was immensely popular. Think about it. Russia in 1917, there are tens of millions of Orthodox believers. There's tens of thousands at most communists, right? So it's clear that he was a threat from the Bolshevik standpoint, because their allegiance is much more to this man than it is to them. Because Patriarch Tikhon was a religious leader of international stature, the Bolsheviks could not simply silence him the way they did other opponents. So instead, they sought to discredit him or find legal means to be able to put him on trial and so on. And actually, there's, it reaches this culmination in 1923, but they're trying throughout to find something to charge him with. Soviet propaganda proclaimed Patriarch Tikhon as the archenemy of the state and of the people, a reactionary monarchist who devoted himself to overthrowing the regime by anathematizing the Bolsheviks and manipulating the common people with religious rhetoric, right? That was sort of the way the Bolsheviks portrayed him. Patriarch Tikhon was in a unique position in confronting an entire series of distinctly modern challenges to the Orthodox Church, which renders his story one of enduring significance. In his years in North America, he encountered a secular state with a degree of religious pluralism unknown in Russia. It was an environment where Orthodox Christians were a tiny minority composed of immigrants, diverse ethnicities, and national Orthodox traditions. And here Tikhon's goal was to maintain the overarching unity of ecclesiastical structure while supporting the maintenance of distinct Orthodox traditions, while assuming the Orthodox Church in America would remain, for the time being, under the jurisdiction of Russia until the time came when it became fully independent, or autocephalous. He advocated broad autonomy for the American Church and sought to act in concert with those Orthodox churches back in the homeland where other immigrants were coming from, such as the Patriarchate of Antioch or the Serbian Orthodox Church. Tikhon observed that American culture, which was pragmatic and materialistic, but also religious, sort of paradoxical, he found this paradoxical, was very different, obviously, than Russian lifeways that were steeped in Orthodoxy. He always encouraged his flock in North America to remain true to the faith of their fathers and their forebears and mothers. At the same time, he did not see American culture as a threat to Orthodoxy. Right? I'm thinking of how Francesca ended with Patriarch Kirill contrasting. I don't think Tikhon ever did that. He did not find it a problem, for example, that Orthodox children would attend American public schools, believing it was the role of the churches to provide them with religious education, something that was really important to him and he placed a lot of emphasis on. He also sought to mobilize the American Congregationalist spirit, where the lay people, the ordinary believers, had so much control over their local church, rather than seeing it as a threat to his authority. When faced with religious pluralism in the United States, he was defensive against areas where he thought other Christians were trying to poach, as it were, believers away from the Orthodox Church. Especially in Alaska, there were some missionaries who were competing with the Orthodox Church over natives. But as we've already talked about, he developed especially close relations with the Episcopal Church in the United States, and his efforts, as I mentioned, led to an establishment of a commission in Russia to develop closer ecumenical ties with the Episcopal Church and the Anglican Church in general. And later on, during the 1925 famine, Tikhon appealed to world Christian leaders, including the Pope and the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Episcopal Bishop of New York, for assistance, and they responded. All of them were sending over aid to Russia during the famine in response to his request. When Tikhon was under arrest and facing trial in the Soviet Union, the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople and also the Roman Catholic Church issued strong statements in his defense, and this played an important role in saving his life. Despite subsequent intense pressures by the Soviet government for him to issue statements in criticizing those international leaders, he repeatedly and staunchly refused to comply. While seeing the differences between American and Russian culture, Tikhon did not interpret the world through any lens of a kind of clash of civilizations between some ostensible Russian or Orthodox culture and the West. He understood the complexities of the modern world were greater than a simplistic binary between Russia and the West. Rather, the challenge of modernity was secularization, the loss of faith, rootedness in tradition, because he believed that a life deprived of higher values became impoverished when reduced to selfish materialistic ends. In Tikhon's view of the world, a life centered on the love of God and one's neighbor was infinitely more fulfilling, even if it demanded self-sacrifice, than one centered on self. From that vantage point, he understood that Russia was also facing the challenges of modernity, just like the United States was. And repeatedly, when he returns to Russia, he's trying to, he's dealing with these confrontation of modern issues and trying to guide people through this. So much so that, his viewpoint he doesn't tie himself to political agendas. So there was a kind of far-right movement in Russia in the years before 1917. He does not tie himself to those because he saw that tying the church to any political agenda would end up subordinating the, faith to politics. And this doesn't change after the Bolshevik seizure of power. He consistently argued that the roots of Russia's problems were spiritual, and so the solutions also had to be spiritual. Even though Bolshevism was so contrary to his Christian worldview, he did not oppose it by embracing an opposing political platform, let alone supporting force aimed to overthrow the Soviet regime. His criticisms against the Soviets were never focused on their ideology, that is, not socialism or their socioeconomic platform, but rather on their atheism and materialism, because they denied any higher meaning and value to human life, together with the notions of class conflict that served to divide people rather than unite them, and justified civil war and repression. In the face of being arrested for the first time, he submitted a declaration to the Soviet government where he said, quote, "I do not sympathize with and cannot sympathize with many measures of the people's government, which I do not hide, and openly wrote about in my letter addressing the celebration of the first anniversary of the October Revolution. But I just as openly declared that it is not our affair to judge earthly power that has been allowed by God, and all the more to take actions directed at its overthrow. Our duty is only to point out human deviations from Christ's great commandments of love, freedom, and brotherhood, to call out actions based on violence and hatred, and to call everyone to Christ," end quote. And in a sermon delivered later in 1919, he said, "The establishment of one or another form of government is not the business of the church, but of the people themselves." Interestingly enough, a kind of implicit rebuke of the Bolsheviks, who by that point were not allowing for free elections, but he doesn't come out and say it. Be it a Tsar, be it a constitution, be it a president of the Russian Republic, the people themselves decide. The church does not tie itself to the ages, to a particular form of government, because they have only relative historical significance. The church bears a different service. It is and should be the conscience of the government. Obeying the government in worldly matters, the church says to it that power is established by God to serve the people, to care for its good, to defend its interest, the people's interest. And the church can only bless such an authority or such an order that brings people peace and truth, and not violence, resentment, or animosity, end quote. So there is, of course, much more I could say, and for those of you who are here at Professor Nathan's talk on Thursday about how Soviet dissidents opposed the Soviet government based upon the Soviet government's own laws. In other words, they were trying to keep them accountable to obeying their own constitution and Soviet laws. Patriarch Tikhon, almost half a century earlier, is pursuing very much the same tactic with the Soviet government, where he's writing these letters directly to the Soviet leadership, trying to argue that the separation of church and state should mean that not only the church is not interfering in the government or trying to have a say in politics, but also that the government is not interfering in the internal life of the church, which it was doing in many respects. Similarly, the Constitution of the Soviet Constitution in 1918 guaranteed freedom of conscience and even freedom of religious propaganda, as they called it. So he's saying, you are not upholding your own principles. So he, although criticizing the Soviet government when it encroached upon or was attacking directly the church and the faith of people, he never sort of went after the Soviet government in a way that he, in his eyes, was attacking the government or calling for its overthrow per se. Right? He tried to find this nuanced position in between. And similarly, as making these public statements, and he does more of that in 1918 than he does later on, he's also writing direct appeals to the Soviet government to try to basically tell them, live up to your own principles that you have declared. So as patriarch, he doesn't respond to the Bolshevik Revolution in a kind of simplistic, rigid way. Rather, his leadership was constantly adapting, seeking the balance between adherence to principles that must not be compromised, but also dialogue where compromise was possible. So, for example, at first he rejected the Soviet law of separation of church and state because it had stripped the Orthodox Church of its legal status altogether, as well as of its right to own property. But subsequently, he becomes a champion of the separation of church and state and uses that to try to defend the church against the Soviets' encroachments on it, as I said. Unfortunately, so long as Lenin was alive, those arguments fell on deaf ears. But there seemed to be a brief moment in the mid-1920s after Lenin's death when at least some Soviet leaders actually were convinced he was right. Instead of doggedly condemning the Soviet regime and rejecting any dialogue with it, which certainly would have ended in his martyrdom, he skillfully negotiated, making certain compromises, but that were in exchange for concessions that ultimately saved the church when it was most threatened. So Patriarch Tikhon has been canonized, let's say, by the Orthodox Church as an exemplary leader at a time when the church was under the severest challenge it has ever faced. Yet his legacy has been interpreted differently depending upon political context. To this day, I would say Western scholars, and again, hats off to Ben Nathans, who has made this more complicated, but Western scholars have been caught in a binary interpretation that either religious leaders were dissidents that rejected any compromise with the Soviet government, or they were collaborationists. I would say it's much more complicated than that. So while, sometimes there's interpreters have talked about Tikhon as having moved from somebody who was condemning the Soviet government in 1918 to then somebody who compromises in 1923, what I see is more of a thread line where he's trying to navigate constantly shifting and evolving situation. So he calls on believers to oppose actions of the Soviet government in the attempt to defend the church, in the hope that that would essentially push the government to reassess, seeing the popular opposition to particular measures, then they would then compromise for their part. So he stated that the Soviet government was not infallible, just as he himself admitted that as head of the church, he's not infallible, right? So that there needs to be negotiation. And that he and believers had the right to protest government decisions in order to correct their mistakes or missteps. And as I said, some leaders of the Soviet state, Bronch-Bruyevich and Kalinin, kind of acknowledged that he had a point. So there seemed to be these moments when compromise was possible. And as Patriarch Tikhon never tired of pointing out, the Soviets had been willing to adhere to their own laws of separation of church and state and freedom of conscience. The church and state maybe could have coexisted. I mean, that's an interesting question that we can talk about because that's a really hard one, right? Could they have coexisted? As it was, the Bolsheviks, especially Lenin, believed that the party was infallible, right? That this was the absolute and only truth, and no other truth was compatible with it. As Trotsky said, the party is always right. And therefore, any criticism was inherently counter-revolutionary. Ultimately, it was Lenin's views, as I said, that shaped the hardline policies. And until Lenin's death, there seemed to be no possibility, but in the mid-20s, maybe there was, but then, of course, Stalin takes it in a completely different direction. The extreme challenges that Patriarch Tikhon had to confront in the face of a hostile totalitarian state place him alongside other major religious figures generally better known in the West, such as Dietrich Bonhoeffer among the Protestants, or Pope John Paul II maybe, who also had to face momentous global transformations from the collapse of communism and so on. And those leaders also sought ways of adhering to the principles but responding to the modern world. Such endeavors are never without controversy, and contrary to the mutual suspicion that dominates the relationship of the Orthodox Church leaders among themselves, Patriarch Tikhon consistently sought to unite people rather than to divide them, and chose dialogue and reconciliation over confrontation and conflict. So, in a context of the most profound social and political divisions, Patriarch Tikhon consistently offered one pathway forward: repentance and reconciliation. Repentance follows an authentic self-examination in humility, acknowledging one's own faults and contributions to the problems also in society, so that one acknowledges one's own, contributions to that and faults, rather than blaming others. Whether those others be other individuals, whole categories of people, political parties, or ideologies. Only from that basis could reconciliation follow. Seeing one's own faults and responsibility could generate forgiveness for the failings of others, rather than judgment against them. And perhaps it's in this message of repentance and reconciliation that's Patriarch Tikhon's most enduring legacy in an ever-divided world. Thank you for your attention. Happy to take any questions.
I have a very unfair question. That is, look at this photograph. Look at all these wonderful faces in the photograph. They're all men. And yet the book is called The People's Patriarch. Right? So in an institution that is literally the patriarchy, how did you, in writing your book, did it even cross your mind, like, if you're calling it the People's Patriarch and not the patriarch of the male half of the Orthodox Church in black, how did you, and especially given that the sources for something like this do not have a vast amount of people who are not in the photographs, how did you try to write in the population that is not necessarily present in the sources that you worked with, if you did?
I tried to, because you raised that question while I was still writing it, thankfully. So, I kept my eyes out open to any moments where I could bring that in. And there aren't a lot, it's true. There are photographs, and I was looking for it when I was putting together this PowerPoint, but I couldn't find it on the fly, although I have found it before. So for example, in 1918, where he's basically summoning believers to defend their churches from Soviet incursions and whatnot. And he specifically instructs the priests, he says, cultivate relations with those people who are faithful. I think in the Orthodox Church before the Revolution, it was just sort of everybody was Orthodox. So you just kind of assumed everybody was going to come to church, and priests didn't have to make that much effort to, cultivate their relationship with their flocks. I mean, they had it by de facto, right? If you're especially a village priest or something like this, hearing confessions and all that kind of stuff. But he's saying you can't take this for granted. You need to develop and cultivate relationships with people who are really true to the church, and especially the women. He says the men may, it kind of implies the men may be more likely to get sucked into some of these radical ideas that the Bolsheviks are spreading. The women are the one who are gonna remain faithful. And so you priests, you've got to especially rely on them. And one of the crucial things that happens in 1918 is he makes this summons for the lay people to form brotherhoods and unions and this type of thing to stand up for their churches, to defend their churches and so on. And not only does Alexander Samarin establish one in Moscow, that's the union of all the parish unions or parish councils. It's kind of union of all the parish councils in Moscow. But his sister also establishes a sisterhood of Orthodox women in 1918, and they are tasked specifically with trying to keep tabs on all of the clergy and people who've been arrested, trying to visit them in prison, trying to make sure they're okay, right? Which was probably safer for women to do than for men in that kind of context and things like that. And then, of course, there's that beautiful episode in his story when he's released from prison. So while he's not in prison for most of the time, he's under house arrest where he's confined to a couple of rooms within a monastery, but he's not allowed to leave those couple of rooms. And he's constantly being watched by a secret police agent and a Red Army soldier. But there are this group of women who are hanging around the monastery, let's say, and making sure he has food, providing him with linens, basically making sure he is, okay, right? Keeping an eye out so he doesn't disappear in the middle of the night, this kind of stuff. I mean, it seems like they must have been on call like 24/7, basically. And afterwards, he gathers all of these women, and there's this like incredible description of how they're like the mirror-bearing women. He kind of feels like everybody else has abandoned him because of the renovationists. So many people had gone, compromised with the renovationists. So he feels abandoned by the men. And it's like, you women remained faithful to me. And he has them there in this room, and he serves them tea and piroshki and talks to every single woman, and like it's this really touching moment, So, there are, unfortunately just a few sort of key things like that, but I definitely, partially on your nudging, bring out those things whenever I saw them. So, yeah. Other questions? Yeah, Francesca.
I feel like I'm also going to ask you a tough question, and part of this is things that I struggle with. But you present a Tikhon who certainly, like for his time, is a sort of I wouldn't say that. It's clear that he's doing things that are interesting and creative, and the American experience, especially also for an Inquisition, seems to be a really important kind of moment of rethinking in Aram too, right? And that's sort of. Like, there's that vision. There's also the Tikhon when he's in home, who's, doesn't seem to have had any problem with the forcible reconversion of the Uniates to the Orthodoxy. Like, considers them still like a major threat to Orthodoxy, right? There's a Tikhon who, when he comes back from visiting the Russian Empire, comes to the U.S. and sort of says, like, when there's people who are kind of worried about the Russo-Japanese War, and says, like, anybody who sticks their finger in the pie is going to get their hand cut off, and that's just how it goes. Like, there are ways that he does feel a lot like an administrative Russian bishop, and other times when he feels not like that.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how do you think that this is a person who's changed a lot over time? Because he's a man, too, so maybe, do you think that these are things that develop in him over time, or do you think that I'm maybe, like, focusing on negative episodes and the positive part is negative, or how do you see it?
I mean, it's complex, right? That's the thing about it, the saints' lives that you read in hagiography that are all sort of sanitized. So you don't read anything that is problematic in them, right? Everything is all that trajectory of that person becoming a saint. When you're writing an actual biography of a living human being, you see all the complexity and false starts and different directions, and, admitting maybe that Bishop Grafton was right, that he made a big blunder with Irvine, and, things like that, right? The home period is a complicated one because as an Orthodox believer, of course, he believes that the Orthodox Church is the true church, and that those people were, illegitimately made to be Uniates to begin with, and so...
Yeah, like I'm not comparing.
Yeah. But at the same time, what's interesting, the difference between him and Yevlogi, so even then, Yevlogi really cannot separate, so Yevlogi follows Tikhon in this region, this sort of sensitive region of, would we call them Ukrainians? I'm not sure what they are, in eastern Poland, who were, once upon a time Orthodox in the Middle Ages, and then they become Greek Catholics or Uniates, and then the government sort of forcibly reunites them to the Orthodox Church in 1875. And for Yevlogi, it's very explicit that making them Russian and making them Orthodox go hand in hand. Whereas Tikhon Maybe he thought that, I don't know, but his emphasis is all on the faith. It's not on this political agenda or nationalistic agenda of making them Russian, at least in what I've read. And then the 1905 thing is kind of interesting too. Like when he's reading about it in America. So in 1905 there was a revolution in Russia, the first Russian Revolution, where there were massive protests and strikes and uprisings in the countryside and all this kind of stuff. And Tikhon is in North America, right? He's not in Russia when this is happening. He's reading about it in the newspapers, and he's kind of like going, holy cow, what the hell is happening here, right? And so his initial reaction is kind of to be, critical of those who are uprising, right? And it seems like when he comes back to Russia in 1907, he's initially maybe even sympathetic to some of the right-wing causes, but then it doesn't take him very long before he quickly realizes that that's a dangerous route, and that the faith supporting this kind of political agenda, as I said, is going to end up. So his in other words,
developing that's happening over time.
Absolutely, yeah. And for me, one of the most important things is that speech he gives in Disna in whatever it is, May 1917. So it's a congress of his clergy and faithful of the Lithuanian diocese a couple of months after the fall of the monarchy. So at this moment when Russia is trying to establish a democracy. And he gives this incredible speech, which has only come to light fairly recently, where he basically tells the people, I've been encouraging you, as long as I've been bishop, for ordinary believers to take responsibility for their parishes, for their churches, to be active in your church life. Now, we're in a moment where you have the possibility and the responsibility not just to build up your own local church life, but church life in Russia as a whole, because he's thinking in terms of the church council, which is being planned a few months down the road, and this is the amazing thing, and civil life. So whereas a lot of Russian bishops were horrified at the collapse of the monarchy and just couldn't envision how Russia was going to exist and how the church was going to exist without the monarchy, within months, Tikhon is already envisioning how Sobornost is not, it's conciliarity, that the involvement of everybody in church is not just impacting church, but is a model for the state, for a democratic reconstruction of the state. I mean, to me, that's pretty visionary for anybody, for an Orthodox bishop in 1917. And he comes in already at that point. I think he's starting to. He is. I don't think I kept it in my talk anywhere, but he's already talking about not only do we need to build up the state, but we as believers need to provide, not just contribute, but actually play a leading role in showing people the most important values of human life and human dignity, and uphold the Christian ideals of freedom, equality, and brotherhood, right? And one of the arguments that he has consistently against the Bolsheviks is that basically he is defending every human being is created in the image and likeness of God, and therefore has a kind of absolute value. And the Soviet regime, by just purging whole categories of people, right? They are not respecting the revolution is done to create a new humanity, but they don't actually even care about or respect humans as they are, right? So,
well, this kind of plays on both your comment and on Francesca's presentation as well. And I do want to go back to 1905, because I think that if you were to kind of take the periodization, this is a short tenure as patriarch for reasons that have been well established here, but it's short. And so it's a biographical sketch, obviously of a career longer, but we're not talking about a 20 or a 25-year tenure, very brief moment. And I think what Nadia said earlier about kind of like, well, this short, brilliant illumination, the Moscow Council, Patriarch Tikhon, and for those of us in the church or with feet in both the academy and the church, we're kind of saying, okay, structurally speaking, what do we make of all of this? And so this leads to the question of, if you read some of the literature and the activities of ideologues in the church before 1905, immediately afterwards, and the kind of war that was raging among these ideologues, and then the war, the polemics that raged among them afterwards, even in immigration, on what is the role of Russia, what is the role of the church in Russia's future, all while you have a Moscow council that establishes conciliar structures that are considered to be very new for their time, that have not that many remnants really left anywhere today. I mean, depending on how you look at it, I would say that they've been reduced, and that it's hard to find them from their original format. So the question that I have here is, today, what can we take, and is it an understanding church policy today, and in bringing up figures like Patriarch Tikhon, Saint Tikhon, the Moscow Council, are we cherry picking when we pick out just the parts that fit a larger church meta-narrative, or is there some wisdom to be gleaned from the way that he kind of handled the collision of social forces that both preceded him and came afterwards, that we can take in our understanding of what it means to construct a healthy church today? So answer all of that.
Yeah, that's a huge question. So just to explain a little bit for those of you who are unfamiliar, so the Russian Orthodox Church before the Russian Revolution, before 1917, was a very top-down institution, right? Fairly rigidly hierarchical in terms of its organizational structure, let's say, also very closely tied to the government. By the last, especially after 1905, between 1905 and 1917, there's growing discontent for this situation within the church. It feels like the church is too rigid and can't respond to people's spiritual needs that are evolving so rapidly as society is modernizing. And so there's this movement for conciliarism, which basically means the cooperation of all voices, not just the top down, but kind of mobilizing everybody, including lay people and ordinary parish priests and everything, to have a voice. And so the Church Council of 1917 is a watershed moment, because it's the first time when those participating in the council are not just the clergy or not just the bishops, but also lay people that have been elected from the bottom up. And in fact, there are more lay delegates than clerical delegates in the Council of 1917, right? So this seems to represent a totally new possibility that then Tikhon very much sees him. I mean, he'd been doing that even before 1905, which is one of the extraordinary things about him. His very first sermon when he arrives in San Francisco in December 1898 is all about, the people and his clergy being his co-workers, and this very kind of egalitarian language, which is really striking. And he's consistent with that all the way through his life. Is that I don't know. You could raise the question, is that an aberration, right? Or is that like the way it should be? There definitely was a lot of hope in the 1990s when the Soviet Union collapsed and the Orthodox Church was reviving. There was a lot of people within Russia who looked back to that moment and were sort of embracing that and hoping that that would be the future of the Russian Orthodox Church. Obviously, it has turned out very differently. It could not be more different. I wrote in my earlier book that I co-authored with Alexander Agajanian, Understanding World Christianity Russia. We ended the book by kind of musing a little bit about how Russian Orthodoxy seemed to have this moment where it was headed in the right direction and then kind of veered off to something else. And Patrick Michelson criticized us in a review saying, you're treating that, the sort of 1917 and the 1990s as what's normative for Russian Orthodoxy, when who knows, maybe, Patriarch Kirill in this very hierarchical, nationalistic, imperialistic vision of Orthodoxy has as much claim or more to be normative for Orthodoxy. That's an interesting criticism, I hope he's wrong, but, as an Orthodox believer myself, I certainly don't embrace that. I guess it's a question, right? That for all of us to answer. Yeah?
The role of prophets is always to speak to God's people in a given time and place, but how they speak always has a surplus of meaning, so that when they're recorded down, the prophecies become, again, meaningful in different eras and at different times. And the same thing is true of saints, that their lives have a surplus of meaning, and that they are interpreted in the light of their times and places at certain times, but they are saints precisely because they end up on the calendar so that in their surplus of meaning they can be interpreted to speak to different times and places.
Wow.
And so Tikhon can be interpreted in his time and place in a certain way, very historically, but he is a saint, so he speaks to us today. And what does his life say about the struggle against Christian nationalism and the church's relationship to authoritarian powers? And I think he has quite a lot to say. And that it is precisely because of that surplus of meaning that we should be cherry picking in every era.
That's beautiful.
What is the abundance that God is providing to us through their life and their example and their writings in any given time, knowing that he will once again be reinterpreted in another 20, 40, 60 years to whatever future situation he speaks to as a prophet and saint.
Yeah. Beautiful. You should have written my afterward. In the fall of 2021, it was the 200th anniversary of Dostoevsky's birthday, and so I taught a seminar on Dostoevsky here at Miami. And I love Dostoevsky, and Brothers Karamazov I still think is the best book ever written. But after February 2022, I could not envision myself teaching Dostoevsky it took a couple years. I still haven't done it. Because, Dostoevsky does have this very nationalistic side to him that sort of was like distasteful to me. And so for many of us who study Russia, like Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a really hard moment. Like this country that, I've devoted my life to studying and loved. I, went to Russia regularly for 25 years and loved going. And suddenly, for it to have done something so monstrous, right, and so horrific, it was, really hard. And yet, at the same time, while studying Russia in the abstract has become, sort of much more complicated, let's say, since February 2022, studying Tikhon, somehow it's like, yes, I need to do this more than ever. because he does, exactly as you said, he does represent something different. He represents what could be and should be, as opposed, he's sort of the anti-Kirill, you could say, in some ways.
Current Russian Orthodox Church has been co-opted by Putin, and they talk a lot about Tikhon, probably however they want to.
Yeah.
They don't own him.
Right.
The church owns him and God owns him, the church universal.
Yeah.
And that's all of us. And so they don't get to define who he is or co-opt him as a symbol.
Yeah.
Without major pushback being morally required by the rest of us.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that his warning about the dangers of allying Christianity with political agendas definitely has borne true in the contemporary Russian case. I'm not going to talk about America, but
Another whole time.
yeah, but yeah. All right. I think. Oh wow, we're over time. All right. Thank you all so much for coming, and thank you especially to our wonderful series of speakers.
Yes.